storytelling was a very interactive thing, right? So we would sit around a fireplace and we would have a conversation almost. So if you, for example, look at the way the Odyssey was told or the Iliad was told, in many of those cases what was happening was that the storyteller would actually adjust the story to the expectations of the audience. Then of course came books, with some notable exceptions, were mostly non-interactive. And I think that now we are actually entering a very similar phase of storytelling, something that a scholar called Walter Ong called a secondary orality, in which stories are once again becoming interactive. So it feels like books, texts, maybe even TV shows, which were non-interactive, were actually this strange historical aberration, and that the future of storytelling, just like its past, is one in which a story is directly delivered to you, directly tailored for your emotional content, and you almost receive a bespoke story that's been curated by a mix of algorithms and really, really talented authors and artists.
And one of the reasons that we think story is so important is because a lot of the young people that we work with in public schools in New York City and Washington, D.C. have been historically denied space to tell their story. And so they come from communities that are really rich but have also experienced a lot of disinvestment. And part of what we're doing is positioning them as young people who are leaders contemporarily and in the future to tell their stories and make space for other people to tell theirs as well, in order to gain more access to more opportunity, more resources, and a future we don't even know yet.
Digital storytelling is important because it allows for wider outreach, more and more people to listen to the story, to feel empowered, to act, to participate. The best digital stories are those who either leave a message or a call for action, or put you in the shoes of those telling the stories. You don't just listen to it, but you actively participate in shaping the story in the digital era.
It's useful to not focus so much on trends and what's going on the big scale, but niche is very important, especially when it's becoming more personal. That's why people switch into Messenger, they want one-to-one communication, and it's very, very important to keep that unique voice. Everyone has a unique voice, a unique personality, and for me, I think it's a gift that we have all those tools because it's a playground. We can build relationships, we can play with other people and not taking it so seriously. And to use it actually to connect with others and to open up, share ideas, so we never know what might happen. And once we are open and allow new possibilities and opportunities to come, they will.
During my presentation in the workshop, I was showcasing how the AR could be applied to the storytelling. And the interesting fact about the AR is when we have more immersive content in our environment. And the good cases are that you are able to even interact with the characters.
Ideaton was a great experience because it was like a gathering of people who didn't know each other. We didn't know each other. We had to build groups about a minimum 4 people, and in my group we have been from Greece, Latvia, and Bulgaria, and we had to stuck on one topic. There were 3 main topics, and well, it was amazing how one idea can somehow connect so many people and build something new from scratch.
Thessaloniki to Sofia, our journey begins. It's a digital storytelling journey that we actually want to realize it, make it more practical, make it more concrete, and actually discuss for the ideas in action, how actually we can work with many people from the region in order to promote a different approach.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here with us. Hi, Franak. Nice to see you as well. Hopefully, we will look forward to see each other in a forum organized in Thessaloniki with beautiful weather and by the sea. But COVID-19 disruption actually led us in order to create this event in this digital space. We are more than happy to have you all as a continuation of the webinars that we initially launched on beginning of March. Just before I pass the floor to Franak, I would like to mention that this event is organized from Digital Communication Network, which is supported from US Department of State Citizens Exchange Office, Digital Communication Network Southeast Europe Hub based in Thessaloniki, and World Learning. Of course, this is a collective work, and I would like also to thank everyone that contributed, Vlad, Anna, Mariana, Lucas, and everyone from the World Learning and this Hub that contributed in having today event. In addition, I would like to thank the U.S. Embassy in Greece for their support, and a special thanks to Bill Murat, Cynthia Harvey, and Greg Flegger. Franak, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here, and we at Digital Communication Network Southeast Europe Hub are really happy to host this event. So the topic today is pretty complex, and I wouldn't say it's unsolvable. It's solvable, and today we are going to look for possible solutions for topics that bother so many people for so long time. COVID-19 was the big trouble for the world, for sure. And in some cases, it created even more challenges, even more problems for people working with digital technologies. But on the other hand, COVID-19 era, it catalyzed the processes of digitalization, for example. Many people who never had access to technologies or never used video conference and on Zoom, for example, they finally started working on this. Distance education, which was the magic, the miracle, the dream for many societies, now becomes true because the society didn't have other choice than to embrace digital. The conference today will be divided in three parts. We will have three different topics with different speakers from different countries, and we would like you who are watching us on YouTube and Facebook also to comment, to ask questions, and to share your personal thoughts, ideas, and expertise regarding the topics we are discussing today. Digital Communication Network, the organizer of this event, along with Southeast Europe Hub of DCN, with the State Department partners and World Learning, we want make this event the starting point of further discussion. We don't want, this conversation that we will hear today and these thoughts and ideas, not just to be pushed in the air and forgotten and dispersed somewhere in the world, in the noise of the internet. We want to make them actionable. So all the thoughts, all the ideas, all the solutions you're going to propose today, we will document them, and we will try to develop plans and projects for the DCN Southeast Europe Hub and to implement them now when the pandemic is still big trouble, and after the COVID. After the COVID will end, and we will be able to gather offline again, perhaps in Greece, Nikos, perhaps somewhere else. But I'm really excited about this day, and we have to prepare for this day right now. Nikos?
Because it's a global event, as Franak emphasized, and this is why we are more than excited about it. Because actually today's topic will be represented and discussed from speakers from all over the world, to whom we really thank for being here with us. Secondly, the event itself aims to challenge and further the discussion about the day after, and especially regarding on topics and issues that will determine the day after. And in addition to that, this event has a special meaning for all of us, because it actually encapsulates what we have gained as an experience from organizing all these webinars that attracted a lot of attention. You, Franek, remember how we started in the beginning and how we continued building up every month, having people participating. But I'm sure that you would agree that the most important thing it was that our audience participation. And this is what we're looking actually forward to include you in this event as well, because you made the difference. We provided the platform as we do today, but it is all about you. This is the whole meaning of Digital Communication Network. And having said that, just to remind you that it is all about debate. With Franak, we tend to agree in most things, but today we might try to disagree just to engage more audience and make the event even more lively, because there are many positive things, but we have in this distance, let's say, events, but we have to have in mind that what it is important, it is we, the people, are the ones that make difference. This is actually why our motto is ideas in action, because this is what we aim. So shall we go and see our first message? Our first speaker is Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt. Jeffrey Pyatt, Ambassador, a career member of the Foreign Service class of Career Minister, and he was sworn as the US Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic in September 2016. During his period, he had accomplished a tremendous work in fostering Greek-US relations, but also in working really hard to promote values that we all share, values regarding democracy, freedom, and engagement in every level. We can now see his video message to all of us.
Kalispera σας. DCN Advisory Board member, Mr. Vladimir Spencer, Nikos, colleagues, friends. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the DCN Southeast Europe Hub Forum on the World After COVID-19. Over the past 5 months, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted economies, healthcare systems, and travel around the world, prompting a closer look at nearly every aspect of our lives. Our governments have worked with epidemiologists like Dr. Siodras and Dr. Fauci in the United States to manage the crisis effectively and to protect the vulnerable. But the necessity for social distancing has upended daily life, stressed supply chains, and forced us to reorganize our workplaces. Our personal relationships have also been tested by months of quarantine, and the virus has disproportionately affected essential workers and the less fortunate. On a global scale, the pandemic has prompted us to examine our geopolitical relationships as well, from the necessity of closing borders to questions about government transparency and forthright information sharing in our effort to fight the pandemic together. Since we're all in this together, I think it's very fitting that cooperation versus division is a key theme of this forum. Greece has so far been successful in its response to the pandemic because of the Greek government's decision to let scientific data and experts guide its policies, and because of the cooperation, discipline, and resilience demonstrated by the Greek people. I'm especially proud of the roles that American technology and science have played in helping to shape the Greek response to COVID-19. From startups printing 3D personal protective equipment for hospital workers and first responders, to businesses embracing telework to maintain operations, to families connecting virtually across miles and borders. Technology has been central to our pandemic response. But this reliance on technology also raises urgent questions. Questions about accessibility and equality when not everyone can work from home or access a computer. Questions about privacy when big data and artificial intelligence are used to model responses. And questions about the ethical use of data when apps for contact tracing are developed in Russia and China. And of course, the reason we at the Embassy are so grateful to Nikos and the DCN Southeast Europe Hub questions about disinformation, and how to convey clear, correct, and constructive information to help us all stay safe and healthy. Especially at a time of stress and anxiety, you can see how easy it is for malign actors to spread disinformation. That the pandemic is a plot by Bill Gates to put microchips in our bodies, for example, or that COVID-19 is a myth created by George Soros. Both false narratives that I have heard from regular people here in Greece. I commend the organizers and participants of this forum for focusing on these difficult questions, and I urge you to use this opportunity to discuss and share smart recommendations for the use of technology that will continue to define our lives even after this pandemic has finally been defeated.
Thank you. That was Jeffrey Pyatt, the American ambassador in Greece. Just to remind those that have been now connected that you can watch us in all over social media. Franak, do you want to just say something about it, about the social media?
Oh, yeah, sure. Actually, I wanted to just to emphasize, what Mr. Ambassador just had said, because for me, when I first heard about Soros and Bill Gates conspiracy, I was not able to believe that this conspiracy is possible because, the propaganda and the false informations, they became so sophisticated and so crazy that you think that it's impossible to believe them, but due to technology, and this is the dark side of the moon, due to technologies, these crazy conspiracies for many people sound as the true and objective information. My colleagues in Belarus and Ukraine, for example, many of my friends, they really believe that COVID is the artificial problem, that it does not exist. Even when they are friends or relatives, are in hospitals with this disease, they still believe it. Why? Because, they are repeated constantly through the Viber chats, through the Facebook groups, that this is all the hoax. So for us today at this forum,
Franak, let me interrupt you and ask you a question on that. How can young people that have been grown up with the technology and use the technology in every day tend to believe these that it seems simple lies that you would never expect them to believe? I mean, people that are acquainted and are used to using technology. What do you think about it?
actually, it's not enough, Nikos. I think that just to be technologically savvy, it doesn't mean you are media literate. You can be perfect in using your iPhones, your Androids, your MacBooks, and everything, but it doesn't
This is
mean you
not an
can.
advertisement. Huh? This is
Oh,
not an
not
advertisement.
definitely, yeah. But definitely, we should think deeper, because technological savviness and the critical thinking, these are two different things. What we have to do today at this forum, and in general at Digital Communication Network, we must find the bridge, how to connect, this technological savviness, all these great skills by young people in order to make our media environments and societies more resilient to disinformation. And this is what we will discuss today at the second panel, because second panel today is called Truth Seeking and Disinformation Alarm. And I'm excited to hear from our experts today, because all of them are practitioners. And I already know that some of them will be, for example, criticizing the current fact-checking programs. Many of them believe that fact-checking is useless, especially in the form as we know fact-checking now. Before that, today, we will discuss another interesting topic, which particularly touches myself, and my friends, democracy and social engagement alarm. Just yesterday, thousands of young people, 20 years old, came to the streets in Minsk to protest against the dictatorship of Lukashenko, and there was no political leader. They just came because they read about this ongoing protest on Telegram. So technology here is the main amplifier of the message, but also it's the political leader right now. And for many people, the the information they read on Telegram is equal, this absolute truth, absolute ratio. And the third panel today, we will finish the conference today with the topic privacy and surveillance. And this will be perhaps the most sophisticated topic, because here we will have people working with the legal aspects of surveillance and people trying to prevent governments from controlling their own citizens. And we will hear from the people who created the map of surveillance, and we will see how governments have used COVID-19 in order to put more control over their own societies. So as you can see, Nikos, all the topics are related to what Mr. Ambassador had said, and I'm excited to all of them.
Thank
Nikos?
you, Franak. And I think that yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Nikos, now we cannot hear you. So this is the thing which is always happening, during COVID, in the era of Zoom. I think we are back right now. So yes, if you hear me, let's just continue the conversation. So now I'd like to invite here to speak the next presenter. Let's hear to the to Rick Ruth. Rick Ruth is the big friend of Digital Communication Network. Rick Ruth is a former U.S. Department of State official, and he did a lot of good things for make our world more digitalized and connected. Rick?
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to share some of your time. I'm especially pleased to welcome this session because of my firm belief that international engagement and collaboration are born out of conflict, oppression, and injustice. More specifically, they are born out of the resolve of men and women of goodwill, tough-minded and savvy men and women of goodwill, to do something to address these challenges. Many of our finest exchange and assistance organizations and programs sprang directly from World War I, World War II, the Cold War, of course, 9/11, and now the global competition of values. The roster of honorable organizations is long, and today the Digital Communication Network numbers among them. A collaboration of men and women who have resolved to do something about disinformation and digital threats to democracy, civil society, and individual liberty. DCN's work, your work, is vital because we know the following. We know that in struggles of this nature, human networks are vital. That one of the most powerful antidotes to a poisoned information environment is human authenticity. That it is more effective to be for something than against. The surest way to make progress against lies and media manipulation is to be for the free flow of information, for indigenous independent media, and to be for the absolute right of every individual to freely form and express their opinions and beliefs. We know, further, that young people must learn that with their ever-increasing digital dexterity and scope comes digital responsibility. They must understand that technology is value neutral, and whether it is used for good or ill is not inevitable and not a matter of chance. It is a choice we all make. And we know from grim experience in the past that while dictatorships and authoritarian regimes may win sprints, democracies win marathons. With DCN in the race, I am confident we will win this marathon. Thank you.
Okay, we are back now. And
Nikos is back.
yes, I'm back without any. We have solved the troubleshooting because this is what the whole forum is about. I would just like to comment on what we just have said, that our aim is to discuss these issues, and we're looking forward for your comments and especially having you engaged. So please follow us in all the social media that we have, Facebook, YouTube, from DCN, in order to post your comments and thoughts regarding the issue. Before we go to the first speaker, I would like actually to show you what we have done to get in a project that we have launched. Is a project that we have launched with Forum Apalum from Romania, and a team, a researchers team from Greece and Romania worked in order to track down all the fake news we have spotted in social media. Why the work has been important? Because we were aiming actually to understand what are the current issues in Southeast Europe, and also to what is the intensity. We were not looking to do fact checking, because this is being done by great fact checking organizations in the area, such as Ellinika Hoaxes, etc. But our aim was actually to discuss the narratives behind it. These narratives that Franak mentioned, that turns out to be very successful in persuading sometimes people to believe things that we would never think that they would accept it as a truth. Let us show you now a video that we have prepared about the work of fake news hunters, which is an important project that we see to expand it in all over the area. Please join us in this video. So this is the work from Fake News Hunters, and this video has been produced voluntarily and from Erasmia Tsipu and her team, whom we all thank. As you can see, we are working from April till today based on the voluntarily work of our researchers, to whom we are really thankful. Franak?
Yeah, thank you, Nikos, and thanks everyone who is watching us right now. So please leave your comments on Facebook, on YouTube. You can leave your questions. We will definitely ask our panelists and keynote speakers. Please do comment, do discuss, share your ideas. Let's make this event actionable so much as possible. Again, today we are talking not just about the problems. We are talking about the solutions. We are looking for the best cases, success stories of fighting disinformation, of improving digital space, of making societies more resilient to the disinformation, on preventing government from manipulating personal data and putting more surveillance over the societies. So all these topics are the topics of today's event. At the Digital Communication Network, we are trying to connect the bridges. We are an organization which consists of 7,000 members, or perhaps 8,000 members already. We have to double check. And we are trying to connect the bridges between communication professionals, between journalists, governments, everyone who like digital technology, digital solutions, not just using smartphone on a daily basis, but who wants to make the digital technology the tool and the weapon for good and for social change. Before we introduce the first panel and the first keynote speaker, who is and I'm very excited about his speech, Edward Lucas. Before that, I'd like to say more about the topic on democracy. So democracy is definitely in decline worldwide. It's obvious. It can be seen on all Freedom House maps that lesser and lesser countries in the world that are considered as democratic. And this democratic decline actually was enabled somehow by digital technology, because when before government was not able to impose full control, even the most bloody dictators, they still suffered, and um, they were not able to set up the control over remote areas in their countries. Now, due to telecoms, first of all, and surveillance, this control became possible. In countries like Belarus, where I'm from, digital is the tool in hand of totalitarian, authoritarian regime right now, unfortunately. And what authorities are doing, they're just trying to follow and monitor social networks and to use social networks in order to manipulate public opinion, but also to disorganize protests on one hand. But on the other hand, protesters also learn how to use technologies, and they're trying to be more cautious, to not share personal data, and to be more anonymous when they organize something that can be considered illegal in their countries. So let me introduce first speaker and first topic. First topic, democracy and civil engagement. And the first speaker, Edward Lucas. Edward Lucas is representing SIPA today, but Edward used to be also the editor for Economist. Please, Edward.
Well, hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching and listening this. And I want to first of all just thank Ambassador Pyatt and Rick for their opening remarks, as well as the organisers for all their efforts regarding this event, but also in the wider struggle to defend democracy and combat disinformation. I'm talking to you from Somerset in southwest England, and we're very aware here that this is a problem that hits every country. The threat to democracy is a global one. The democratic recession is happening all over the place. But as I'm going to try and explain in my remarks over the next few minutes, the answers also require us to widen the lens and look outside our own countries. I have to say that I feel that the idea of troubleshooting, although it's a very attractive framework of analysis, is perhaps not the right one. Troubleshooting is very good for the sort of broadband problems that we've been experiencing in the last few minutes. But if you were talking about the pandemic, you wouldn't say we have to troubleshoot the virus. We have to understand the problem much more deeply before we can fix it, and that's true of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's also true of the problems we face with digital attacks on our democracy. I think that there's been a tendency, to be blunt, over the recent years to make two very fundamental mistakes on this. One is to assume that it's a new problem, and the other is to focus very much on this, I think, misleading idea of fake news. This is not a new problem. If you look back to the history of the Bolshevik Revolution, one can see that information warfare and active measures were an integral part of the Leninist doctrine of political warfare, and they have been updated and developed since then, both by the Russians under Vladimir Putin and to some extent before him, and also by the Chinese Communist Party, notably through the United Front Work Department. But this is a problem which has deep roots. And it's also very important to understand that this is not just a problem of information. Information may be the most conspicuous bit of the problem, but just like an iceberg, the bit you can see is not necessarily the most important bit. There is a whole range of tactics used to attack our democratic institutions and procedures, and they include cyber attacks, dirty money, the abuse of the legal system, physical intimidation, diplomatic divide and rule games. It's a very broad spectrum, a very big arsenal. And if we focus too much on the information attacks, even though these may be the tip of the spear, we risk missing much more important things that are going on as well. It's absolutely true that this is a new problem of the technology. I grew up in the era of telex machines and shortwave radios, when mounting a global disinformation operation was very difficult and only superpowers could do it. Now the internet has brought us anonymity, immediacy and ubiquity. Three very important new things that were just not there 30 or 40 years ago. The social media dimension has intensified the problem because social media is such a simulacrum of real life. We have friends on social media who are not really friends. We have information and gossip on social media, which is not really gossip. We have identities on social media, which are not really identities, that question of authenticity, which was touched on earlier. And the problem with this is it heightens the lack of context, the binary response, and the psychological weaknesses that are already instinctive. They're built-in weaknesses in the way our minds work, but they're underlined and intensified by the experience we have on social media. We don't really know where information is coming from. We don't really know how whether we should take it seriously, and we don't really know how we should react to it. So you get this kind of knee-jerk, instinctive believe, don't believe, share, don't share, get cross, don't get cross responses. And the pandemic has added a third level of difficulty. The first level of difficulty was the technological change of the internet. The second level of difficulty is the particular context of social media. And now we have the pandemic, and that has also weakened social bonds which were already fraying, where many of us stuck at home. We don't get out to see people in the workplace or our social lives the way we did. So those digital threads become even more important, and the weakness of those threads becomes more salient as well. The anxiety level has heightened. We are much more in a fight or flight mode. These primitive nervous responses intensified because we're afraid of getting sick, and we're afraid of our loved ones getting sick. Trust has been eroded. Trust was already going down before this. Trust in politicians, decision makers, in institutions, and that's been accentuated in many countries by the failure of the authorities to get to grips with the pandemic and confusion about what the right response is. There's also the sense of powerlessness, which is at the heart of the difficulties we have with democracy. People don't trust their sense of agency. They don't believe that what they do is going to make a difference. And of course, that's particularly true when you're dealing with an invisible virus, so you feel powerless about that, but also because of two great weaknesses in our public culture, which is statistical and scientific illiteracy. And of course, when you're dealing with questions of a pandemic with epidemiology, you really need to understand both the way in which the human immune system works, the importance, for example, of T cells. Very few people who have not done biology to an advanced level understand that. You also need to understand the infection vectors of fomites versus aerosols versus airborne particles. You need to understand the importance of confidence intervals and R numbers. And so very many people feel that they are faced with a whole range of things that they don't understand, and that further intensifies all these corrosive tendencies. And that's why we get the hoaxes, the conspiracy theories, which you've touched on in your presentation already, and also the mental health problems, the anxiety, the depression, and the anger, which we see bubbling all around us. And of course, there are people who exploit this. We have people, people who do this for commercial reasons. So we've already faced that in the past with those famous fake news factories in Macedonia that the New York Times exposed so brilliantly, which was simply publishing clickbait in order to make money from advertising, but actually had a corrosive effect on the democratic process. Well, now we see the pseudoscience companies with their fake cures for COVID-19 or for cancer or whatever, taking advantage of this damage to the public mood. And we also have the weaponization of the anxieties from Russia and from China. Again, not a new problem, but the attack surface just got a whole load bigger. Now, my first big message is that it's going to get worse. I don't think we have anywhere near hit the bottoms. We see, for example, the growth of deep fakes, much talked about in the past, but now we're really beginning to see deep fakes being used. We have the use of robotic and artificial intelligence elements in politics. We have the huge data surveillance program being run by the Chinese Communist Party, not only at home, but also abroad, scraping up enormous amounts of data in order to identify patterns, but also to identify individuals that the Chinese Communist Party sees as a potential threat. We have the online mobbing or doxing of critics. The so-called cancel culture has intensified. I think coming down the road towards us, we have greater worries about brain-machine interfaces and also the ability of drones to act as surveillance parts of surveillance programs or worse. So I very much caution you from thinking that this is a static problem. It's a dynamic one, it's evolving fast, and I think it's evolving far faster than our ability to deal with it. And although I do want to come shortly to some of our responses, I think we have to be very honest that our responses so far have been very ineffective. Sometimes they are clumsy, such as the internet shutdowns. We saw 7 months with the internet being shut down in Kashmir, 2 weeks with it being shut down in Ethiopia. This is a kind of pull the plug response, which, rather like the very draconian lockdowns, solves possibly some problems but creates other ones. But we've also seen this continuing and very exhausting attempt to hold the platforms to account with these repeated platitudes from Facebook about how we understand we're at the beginning of a very long journey, and the increasing feeling of frustration and growing fury with the inability of the platforms, particularly but not Facebook, to handle the consequences of the new vectors for disinformation and influence operations that they've created. What do we do? Well, I think the first thing is this is fundamentally about power. Questions of economics and diplomacy all in the end come down to power, and we have a very distorted power relationship with the platforms, and that's why I'm delighted to see the advertising boycotts. I don't for a moment think that this is going to change Facebook or Twitter or Google or Amazon or any of these other companies overnight, but for the first time we're seeing pressure being put on them in a language
Okay.
Edward, can you
Let's see.
reconnect? I think we lost the signal from Edward and we have to troubleshoot it. So that's the major task for today, to troubleshoot all the tasks. But I think Edward will reconnect us in a moment, to finalize his speech.
Exactly. And he was saying, mentioning very interesting things, especially about the loss of trust actually in Western democracies, the decline of trust, and actually how all these things are being exploited from various powers that wants to promote disinformation. In addition, I think that what he have emphasized it is that we have to underline that it is not only about clickbait, etc., but is mostly a very specific effort to exploit all these elements. And it's not a new phenomenon. This is what we have actually discussed in the previous webinars as well, Franak. Don't you agree?
Oh, sure, sure. And actually, also, I think the important point here is the collaboration. And collaboration with the platforms, first of all, and we need to achieve common understanding. What are our basic values? If we will be developing, these values, and if we will be coordinated our activities in terms of disinformation and anti-democratic efforts on digital platforms, that will be much easier. Unfortunately, for now, the private sector, they have their own interest, and there is no this common values ground that will serve as the platform, to build something together. I mean, to build between private sector and
Yes.
civil society.
This is an ongoing discussion, especially at the EU level. European Union, even from before the last year, the European elections emphasized the necessity to widen up this, let's say, collaboration, that it will include citizens, first of all, entities, and also private companies, and especially the big ones, Facebook, Google, etc., that actually should work on tackling this issue. I remember in the webinar on April that we have conducted about disinformation, all our speakers emphasized also, Franak, you remember the necessity to engage all the big platforms in a coalition, that it will also serve their interest in order to gain more audience. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and that's perhaps the only way for now what we can do. Um, Nikos, I'm thinking here, should we proceed to our panel,
Yes,
or should we wait for Edward?
exactly. Okay, what we can do now is move to our panel, and in case, because it seems that Lucas he didn't manage to restore the problem that he had, but we can move on to the panel in order to engage the other speakers as well, and in any time we can also reconnect with Lucas. Just before we pass the floor to our panel discussion, Franak, do you want to present the speakers?
Oh, definitely, with pleasure. So the first panel is about democracy and activism, I would say, about civil engagement. When we were talking about the program of the forum, we were looking for something that touches everyone, because many people are getting tired of COVID topic, because COVID is here, COVID is everywhere, COVID is the huge problem. But people are getting tired, so we were thinking how we can look at the new situation, at the new era, COVID era, but from different angles. And we decided to talk to activists, to those who were directly impacted by COVID, and those who are using digital in order to organize their own movements, activities, campaigns, and projects. So now I'd like to invite here 6 distinguished participants. So first, speakers, of course, panel speakers. So first, Tefera Tefera. journalist from Ethiopia, but Tefera now is living in Australia. Stefan Turkheimer from the United States, from Atlanta. He worked on numerous campaigns and he's political consultant. He also participated in DCN webinars, I think a few weeks ago, and that was really great. He was just talking about how campaigns are made in the States. Alexei Minyaila from Russia. He's former political prisoner and he's the guru of Russian activism, and he's moving things in the countries where it's difficult to do anything. Farai Monroe from Zimbabwe. He's a satirist and he's often speaker at DCN events. Ahmed Samih from Egypt. He's from Andalus Institute for Tolerance and Anti-Violence. And Ahmed was active participant of Arab Spring protests. And finally, Professor Christos Franco Nikolopoulos from Aristotle in Thessaloniki, who is researching the democratic movements and activism. Please, the panelists, join us with Nikos.
Just before we start that, can we just see the promo and then move on to the panel discussion? Thank you. Great. So the message is join us, actually. Join us in this campaign and join us in this forum. Digital Communication Network is all about you, and Digital Communication Network and C-Hub is about actually ideas in action. As such, I would like to welcome our panelists and thank them for accepting our invitation in order to discuss issues about democracy, social engagement, alarm. Let's move now to our panels.
Hello, everyone.
So welcome, everyone.
Hey,
everyone. Thank you. It's all you're all around the world, so thank you for being here with us. And in order to discuss a very interesting and important topic, I would like to start from Tefera. Tefera, the floor is yours in order to present your views about the topic.
Sure. So maybe I'll just. Well, thank you for having me. This is probably my second time joining Digital. It's pretty exciting. Maybe want to just set up the scene for those that are not very familiar with what's going on in Ethiopia, and maybe I can end it with a few recommendations, and then we can come back to larger discussions of us. So basically, when it comes to COVID, there's a couple of interesting factors playing out in Ethiopia. Perhaps the main COVID is not similar to other places where it might have had a huge health impact. Yes, there have been about 139 deaths so far, and just over a dozen cases confirmed. And of course, this could be higher if testing happens. But for now, what it has actually done is elongate the election time. It's supposed to take place after a leadership had taken place about 2 years ago. And so this has now led to a more political impact, and ethnic tensions, which were supposed to through this election, have been delayed, and that had some tensions within the country. And then, of course, on top of the layer, which is the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, and then maybe as my colleague from Egypt would understand, is like the sort of negotiations that are really leading up to nothing at the moment, unfortunately. But these two issues are playing out differently online. And so on one side, you have the ethnic division that is kind of being amplified on social media, both locally and with the diaspora audience. And so we see some similarities there. There's this sort of united when it comes to topics of this dam. And so essentially, this has been quite interesting interaction between what COVID actually has meant for the country versus the rest of the world. And so again, we do go back, and maybe we'll offer some solutions later on, but this does show interactions online with regards to how the diaspora and the local audience interact with a split opinion about internal politics, but then show a different side of type of commentary online.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughtful comments, Tefera. I think that the most important thing is to have in mind that Ethiopia is a country where actually there are all these tensions going on, and especially I think what Tefera highlighted is the role and the use of different actually social groups. Let's move now on our next speaker, which is Stefan. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm excited to speak to all of you. It's such an important topic. A lot of my work is in distributed mobilization, which has to do with reaching out to various people where they live and figuring out a way in which to talk to them in a way in which they're willing to interact. And I do a lot of work in political spaces and in activist spaces. And one of the big problems that we're having now, right, is because there's such a concern about both government and privacy concerns, that when you're talking about various groups that you want to get involved in a political way and making change, the same tension exists between their desire to not have people know who they are and your desire to get them involved. And so the same things that causes them to say turn off their location during a protest are the same parts that make it harder for me to reach out to them about a political movement that they might be a part of. And it's interesting in this sort of post-COVID world where we can no longer knock on doors and we no longer have those same meeting interactions in person, how much has already moved so quickly to digital. And not just the normal tools of SMS and phone, but beyond that, and much more targeted communications. And it requires a sort of a buy-in to the system in order to all of that to work. And so a lot of these changes in this sort of the privacy and the government space have made it harder to reach out to those people. So troubleshooting that problem is sort of one of the biggest things I do on a daily basis.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. And I totally agree, and I see some similarities with what Tefera mentioned before. So the question is actually how to mobilize people, and especially I think that what you have underlined it is that all this situation with COVID-19 actually has given a boost in the movements, and especially how to mobilize people, and on the same time respecting their data, etc. I think that this might be a very interesting point of discussion as we move on forward. Alexei, the floor is yours now.
Hello, everyone, once more. Thank you for having me here. Actually, I wanted to talk about a little different thing. We see actually about social engagement during times of COVID. We see two different trends. One trend is that people are less active because they don't know what to do. They are somewhat lost. We see a lot of government pressure and surveillance here in Russia, and actually even when single people go to streets to protest, they immediately get taken by the police. But on the other hand, we see that people are very eager to act. And this huge vacuum creates a lot of opportunity for the people who will be able to leverage this willingness to act. So what we saw when we conducted focus groups in regions, we had immense number of people to participate. I mean, social leaders, political leaders, activists, professionals. We tried to solve the problem, to find the solution for the problem of COVID in Russia, how to stop the pandemic, given that the government does almost nothing except PR. And quite a lot of people have taken part in it. And we see this every time some kind of useful activities announced, whether be it crowdfunding for some political issues or taking people to collaborate. Their response is way bigger than usually. So on the one hand, people don't know what to do about the Putin's prolonged power, amendments to the constitution, about political repressions, about searches in activist houses. But on the other hand, they are way more ready to act. And that's an encouraging thought. Maybe my key message about social engagement in time is to think out of the box and to look at the situation as an author, not as a victim of the situation. I spent some months in prison, and that helped me a lot, because on the moment I was arrested, I decided that I will be the author of the situation and will do all that depends on me, so that next time they would think twice before taking an activist. And that's what happened, actually. Of the interesting things connected with digital technologies, we here had a very interesting situation with Telegram Messenger, which was I think more than a year it was blocked by Russian authorities, but they actually failed to block it. They were trying very hard, spent a lot of money on it, but very simple technical solutions actually helped overcome it. And there was a big public campaign in support of the messenger, which actually attracted a lot of people to use it. And it got the reputation of somewhat more safe than other messengers. Once again, this shows us that whatever the outside actions are, if you take a smart approach, if you make proactive steps, then you will be on the horse. So basically, that's it.
So in this case, actually, if I could wrap up your presentation, it could be technology as a facilitator, both for the activists, but on the same time that help actually regimes in order to control more the participants or the activists or etc. So it's another battlefield actually, in order to who will continue to work on it. I mean, for the movements on the streets, but at the same time for the governments that try to exercise more power under the justification of let's say COVID-19 or emergency issues. So we will
Well, I wouldn't
now
say
move
it's
to our
a battlefield, actually, but because
yes.
battlefield implies charges, head-on attacks, kill everyone. We should take a different approach here, more creative, more smart, not head-on, but more.
Alexei, we couldn't hear you so well. Could you please repeat, because there were some interruptions at your voice?
Russian sovereign internet, you know.
Yes.
Connecting
Okay.
with people, listening to the
Alexei, we cannot hear you, but I will take your point, which I think is very important. I use the word battlefield. Alexei said it's not about a battlefield. It's actually another struggling space, if I can actually translate him better, in order to where discussions and another kind of struggle takes on. As soon as we will fix up his connection, we will be able to extend this discussion further. Let's move on to Farai. Farai, the floor is yours, and thank you once again for being part of the digital communication network.
Hey guys, my name is Sam Farai Monroe, creative director at Magamba Network in Zimbabwe, and we're one of the leading creative and digital media organizations. Very much about using art and digital media and innovation to speak truth to power in Zimbabwe. So we definitely get into trouble often for what we say, and have had many brushes with the law. Since the lockdown came into place, we've had a situation where the regime of Emerson Mnangagwa has imposed a lockdown purportedly to fight COVID, but really to clamp down on the opposition. I think they got the wrong memo about what COVID is. And so, there's been a lockdown in Zimbabwe. They've really used it to try and take apart the main opposition party, to attack journalists, and most recently, they are considering what they're calling localized lockdowns, just for the capital city and the second major city, where big protests are being planned against the government. So they're saying, well, there's a big COVID outbreak in those two cities, so we'll just lock down those two cities. So really using COVID as a pretext to shrink the very small democratic space we've already got. On the plus side, I think what the lockdown has done, it's really accelerated a transition. A digital transition that was taking years to happen has been condensed into the space of a few months. And so, I mean, with ourselves as Magamba, we've had to pivot and shoot satirical shows from people's kitchens, release animations debunking fake news during COVID, and even running virtual hackathons to come up with new tech and software that can track how COVID funds are being donated and how they're being spent by the government. So it's actually forced some really interesting pivots. I think for us, it's one of our most creative periods as Magamba, and I think it's also reflected amongst other activist and digital organizations in Zimbabwe. There's been some really interesting collaborations across sectors that have come about during this lockdown, as different kind of civic organizations and digital media organizations collaborate on online campaigns to force our parliament to reconvene, because they decided to take a break when the lockdown happened. And we were part of a campaign to force the parliament to reconvene to interrogate how COVID funds were being spent by our government, because there was a lot of looting happening. There are other campaigns about the need for open COVID contracting, also once again due to government looting of COVID funds. So I think there's been some interesting new collaborations that have arisen due to the lockdown, as well as, I think, as I was saying earlier, an increasing use, a massively increased use of different digital media tools by activist groups and by civic groups to circumvent the lockdown. So, a big increase in virtual roundtables discussing very taboo political issues in Zimbabwe, as well as really innovative new WhatsApp debate groups that are happening, all the way through to the head of the opposition party holding an e-rally to mobilize people ahead of the demonstration planned for July 31. So yeah, there's been the craziness, but there's also been some really interesting creativity.
So actually, just a quick question. Do you think that these WhatsApp groups might actually undermine this collectiveness by creating different private, let's say, spaces where people discuss, while activists really rely on a more, let's say, broader field?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting point in terms of you don't have like Telegram isn't nearly as big in Zimbabwe as it is, for instance, in Russia or Iran. WhatsApp is still, it's the biggest, it's our biggest social media platform. Over 40% of all data used nationwide goes to WhatsApp. But I mean, despite the fact that groups can be, can be closed, there are multiple different, news groups that people belong to across the country, and WhatsApp's a key means of information being shared. So one article gets shared in one WhatsApp group, then it gets copied and shared in multiple others. So as a Zimbabwean, I actually read more news on WhatsApp than I do by going online.
Okay, great, and thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting point, and a very interesting point it would be to map out how all across the globe different kind of mediums, especially social media apps, are being used, especially from activists and as social engagement tools. Now the floor is to Franak. Franak he's vice president of Digital Communication Network, and also he have shared some very interesting thoughts about what is going in Belarus and the motivation and the mobilization, that has taken place through these social media applications. Franak?
Yes, hi again. I'm looking at all these distinguished speakers of this panel, and I think it's a great team of digital disruptors. So if we will work together, all the dictators will be down right away. So the tools are important, but that's not a silver bullet. For Belarus, Telegram played huge role. It consolidated different parts of the societies. It helped to coordinate rallies and protests between the capital, Minsk, and the regional cities. Before, we had websites, we had Facebook, we had LiveJournal, we had messengers, but without channels. Now, when you have Telegram, it's pretty safe and secure for media people, for reporters to distribute information, but also to correspond, to communicate anonymously. And KGB, which still exists in Belarus under name KGB, basically is enabled to break the security of Telegram, at least not yet. A friend of mine, Igor Losik, who is the famous Belarus blogger, he's in jail right now and he faces 3 years in prison for managing one of Telegram channels in Belarus. We just knew a few days ago that KGB, after 2 weeks of tries, didn't manage to break his computer and his Telegram account. And for this time, friends of Igor re-established control over his channels and over his chats, and these channels are still working, are still operating. So basically, activists receive the fantastic infrastructure that help them to coordinate, but also to spread the message simultaneously to massive number of people. Telegram and this and broadcast feature of WhatsApp, it's like a new radio. Like 50 years ago, all the nation is listening to one radio channel, and everyone is on the same wave. Everyone is mobilized and equally informed. Now, when millions are subscribed to Telegram channel, you can inform them simultaneously about what's going on in the country and help them to understand better the processes. And for activists, you can basically to spread the message and to explain what are other steps. But again, it's not the panaceum, it's not the silver bullet, it's just the tool. And as Russia shows us, as Uzbekistan, as Ethiopia, governments are also very active on messengers and Telegram. And in Ukraine, for example, Telegram became the trash bin. The most of channels are just the propaganda outlet serving oligarchs or politician interests, and they do not represent really useful value for democratic activists.
Thank you, Franak. I just want to build on what you have discussed because it's a very interesting point. We have a question from Michael Maskell that it is for all the panelists. Could you give some useful tips to build youth engagement against fake news and digital forgery? This goes for 12 panelists, but I will pass the floor now to our next speaker, to Ahmed. Ahmed, if you can respond to the question and then give your presentation.
Well, I think one of the most, thank you very, very much in the beginning for inviting me to this beautiful panel. And I see a lot of troublemaker from all over the world around me, which is something makes me feel more safe. Actually, the young people being motivated more and more to do search. And they managing by themselves to discover what's the fake news and what's non-fake news. And I think this is not the top paragraph of the situation after COVID-19. The reality is the COVID-19, I see it a little bit more as an opportunity for the globe, for the average citizens, not activists, to see how much a dictatorship country like China can not only affect its people by hiding very important information, but also it can affect the world. And it is the disaster and the crisis of COVID by itself. It shows also that international solidarity, not individual countries, states alone, is playing an important role. Globalization is there, including in diseases. And I see this as an opportunity. We as an activist should work more and more to seize this opportunity to make sure that the people, average people, our target group, is understanding that small, tiny problem in China can really affect your own daily life, your businesses, and you should be interested in what's going on for people in China or in Egypt or in Russia, because this is easily now affecting your life in general and your personal interest in person. And also, I think we all, as a humans, received enough time to do self-reflect about a lot of things during the time that people is locked out and cannot move around freely. We also received a small, slight personal experiences of the meaning of being under a strict system, which is you cannot go to your next neighbor at some countries, which is for in general was not a normal situation in countries like United States or Canada or England. People by nature they are able to move freely, but under this COVID-19, people see the sense of not moving freely because there is a governmental restriction. Of course, this governmental restrictions was for the public health sake. Also, you can relate easily now that when you hear that someone in Egypt is under governmental restriction of moving around, you can relate. You got the personal experience yourself, and you understand how this bad actually. Back to my country and my region, which is still very quiet noise everywhere. Every day you will find some news coming from the Middle East. Every 10 days you will find something coming from Egypt or Libya or Syria, Yemen or Sudan. We've been very active part of the world to creating a lot of instability, to be very clear. In Egypt, I consider the situation very fragile stability. dictatorship, military dictatorship, ruled by the mentality of a group of military oligarchy who is controlling everything in the country and putting everybody else outside of the business or outside of freedom. I mean, send them to jail or stop them doing business, including businessman, capitalist, socialist, Islamist, whatever est are you going to use. But nobody's moving freely in Egypt today or think freely in Egypt today in general, except the military oligarchy, which is actually very similar to what's going on in Russia, very similar to what's going on in Belarus. And I'm quite sure this is a situation also in Zimbabwe. And I find all of us here sharing same ideas about how to use new technologies to fight back, to send the freedom message to everyone. But soon I can expect what kind of news you are going to hear. You are going to see a small war, I mean, second layer of war, regional war involved Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, sometimes Israel in one group, which is the group in East Libya, also supported by Russians government. And in the west part, you will find Turkey, you will find Qatar, and you will find some other countries who are not very interested of showing them personal interest, but the situation in Libya is going to be very soon very heated. I'm expecting personally a small proxy war. In Lebanon, keep your eyes there, because the government, which is, by the way, democratic elected governments, but coming from different political groups who've been manipulating ethnic groups for decades, is a total failure government with a total failure economy. And soon you will hear about more demonstration in the streets, more people is fleeing the country, leaving to find other better opportunities all over the world. Soon also you will listen to news coming from Yemen, because the proxy war there didn't end yet, and the fighting is still existing. And in all the other Arab countries, I can only name one country, which is the political situation is good, the economical situation is bad, but the political situation is Tunisia. The first country started the revolution in the Middle East, which is we all called the Arab Spring. Till now, our Arab Spring still exists, but hot Arab Spring. This is my intervention, the first part of it. And if you have any questions or any other intervention, I would be very happy to answer.
So we are back, and actually, we would thank you, Ahmed, for giving these insights and especially giving a thorough overview of what takes place.
There, there's a couple of things that I'd like to add to basically what Ahmed was saying, and like one of the problems we have in American politics, which is to think about who is the trusted communicator, like what message, where the message is coming from, and whether you're going to trust that message. And so when you're talking about like WhatsApp groups in Zimbabwe or Telegram in Russia, the specific person or entity that's giving you that specific message is going to determine in part how much you're willing to rely on it and how much you're willing to share it. Because one of the big problems in the US is how do we get into these smaller groups that we can't directly penetrate? And so we have to both understand sort of the map of how all these people relate to one another, who do they trust, but also how to get that message into the first person. And so traditionally in politics, we've used a system of surrogates, right? And surrogates, we used to think in a very limited way as being elected officials, right? Your city council person, your governor, whoever it is. But it turns out that that's a really limited and incorrect view of who surrogates are in terms of who people trust. They're much more likely to trust, yes, their next door neighbor, but also a minor celebrity or someone that you don't even know. And so getting your message into them and having that person authenticate your message into those groups becomes hugely important when the conversation moves away from in person and into sort of an online space. So finding your way into those WhatsApp groups requires getting the trusted people in those WhatsApp groups to be willing to share your message. And that's an incredibly tricky thing.
Stefan, I think that's definitely an interesting point. Like in terms of how do you get a trusted source in a closed WhatsApp group? I think one way we see it happening in Zimbabwe is, for example, there's one of the leading political analysts, Alex Magaisa. He writes a very popular The Big Saturday Read, and it's the big kind of political analysis of the week. And he puts it up on his website, but you'll see in the multiple kind of the different news WhatsApp groups that I'm part of, that other Zimbabweans are part of, everyone will ask during the week, people will say, can someone share the latest Big Saturday Read? And other people will then be obviously going onto the website and then copying that into a WhatsAppable document and sharing that. And then that goes viral because people know it's also from it's from a trusted source. So I think that's an interesting element in terms of news that you trust via WhatsApp. Another one is there's the iHarare bot in Zimbabwe. You sign up to it. It's run by a really trusted young tech startup, and you sign up to it. And then depending on which message you send to the bot, like news or sports or whatever, you get daily updates from a list of about probably 10 of the most trusted news sources. You'll get regular articles from there. So I think that's another interesting way of getting news out, trusted and reliable news out to various WhatsApp groups.
I think I'm here again, and sorry for this interruption. I would like actually now to give the floor to Professor Christos Franco-Nikolopoulos, who is a colleague, and he conducted a lot and extended the research regarding social movements and social engagement in Greece and all over the world. Christos, the floor is yours.
Invitation. I'm not an activist. You might say I'm an activist academically because I study, developments and things that mainstream academics don't usually do. So, and I am also not a citizen of any liberal democracy. Neither am I not a citizen of, of a country that has a military dictatorship. So I will give you a Greek West-centric approach, if you wish. Now, you are fighting through the internet or outside the internet digitally to acquire institutions that will offer you a qualitative democracy. In the West, in Greece, we are doubting these institutions at the moment. There is a trust paradox. We don't trust the major societal institutions that have given us the liberal democracy we have known, over the last two centuries. We don't trust the government. We don't trust the NGOs. We don't trust the media. So you might say that is the result of the crises that we have been facing since the first decade of the 21st century. We had the economic crisis, then we had the refugee crisis. Now we have the COVID crisis, the public health crisis. So provocatively, and in relation to what you are facing every day, one might say, that in our societies there is a legitimization crisis, that erodes the beliefs of our citizens towards the liberal democratic system. National democratic systems, have their own problems. They have a decrease in election turnouts, increase in citizen satisfaction, an increase in popularity among illiberal, if you wish, populist politicians. We also have a democratic deficit at global level, at multilateral level. You have too many institutions, too many international organizations. There is not enough coordination to deal with global problems. The institutional global governance governance system is proven inadequate. And in addition to that, although you are using it as a tool to liberate yourselves, and I can understand that. I did a study on the Arab Spring in 2012, and I was fascinated with how you used modern technology, to overthrow the government. But in our societies, it seems, that all these new communication technologies and digital tools create an information overload, and we have too many narratives, counter narratives. People don't talk to each other. More people on the internet and in the social media. We fight with more people on the social media than we fight with people in our neighborhoods. And we don't know people in our neighborhoods. So there is a paradox, and it seems to me here that the only thing that can be done today, and I hope this will be the direction that will be taken afterwards, after the crisis is over. When it will be over, nobody knows. But I think there is a need to create a system, and this is how I see it again, as I say, from a Greek Western-centric perspective. We need to have a system that is organized around communicative principles, in which citizens engage in an open communication process to inform policy decisions. And the issues that seem to be troubling more us in Europe, in Greece, and so on, are issues that might at the moment might not seem of relevance to activists, in your countries, because you want your democracy, you want your liberal democracy, you want your elections, you want your political systems, and so on. So when I am referring to communicative principles, and how I'm actually thinking of a system of how we can discuss all these global problems, and how we can engage civil society, and not only in the sense that it is understood by governments or international organizations, as NGOs. Civil society is a very wide phenomenon. It does not only have to do with NGOs that are given money by the international organizations, or with all those lobbying efforts that are undertaking place, in all those international organizations. It has you have unofficial civil society. We have Greece, unofficial society which loose, hierarchical, non-organizational, initiatives have developed, especially since the economic crisis, of how all these, actors can be engaged in a communicating system, which allows people, to act also as a policy initiator, as a policy informer, or as a policy changer. So I have given you, my impression as a Greek living in the Western world. I see there are many, and I see there are many Africans. I was born and grew up in South Africa, but that was a very long time ago. That was when the apartheid system was on, govern the country. But I'm giving you another perspective. Yes.
I would like actually, because this is a question that addresses what you have just said, and it is related to all of you. You talked about digital technology. So from Ellen Aragon Castillo, the question is the following. How far digital technological innovations have succeeded in overcoming political disengagement? Because Christos spoke about, and Edward Lucas mentioned, the lack of trust in our political institutions. So what is the role of technology in fostering political disengagement? Because actually what I have gained as an impression, it is that in many cases, technology worked really well in engaging people rather than disengaging. What do you think about it? The floor is yours, because we have 5 more minutes for questions, etc.
If I can have a say, I would first of all tell that the common mistake often is saying that technology does something, but actually the technology, the digital technology, is a tool. If we don't have real human engagement, then we won't get it using any sort of technology. And the problem with what we were talking about, the problem with democracy, is not that authoritarian regimes use it as a tool against democratic countries. It's about people in democratic countries seeing less and less value in current state of democracy. And actually what we have today with very much digitalization is both a challenge and an opportunity. It's an opportunity to use digital technology to make sure more and more people participate in managing countries. Because what we have today is effectively not a democracy, it's oligarchy. I mean, in Europe, in the United States, because compared to the rest of the population, very few people take part in political life. Mostly people just vote. That was okay 100 years ago, but now people just don't feel the value they get from the political system. So what is very important to do now, I think, is to use technology to give people more power so that they could participate in greater number of political decisions, not just choose politicians who then do whatever they want, but sort of direct democracy as it was in Athens. Technology didn't allow this 50 years ago. Now it does allow this. So that's the challenge that we should take, I think.
Can I say something?
Yes. Let us
where direct democracy will often ask people to take a position on a single question, on a single issue. What we do need, I think, is to use technology in a deliberate fashion, not in a win-lose, fashion as we are using it today, arguing with each other without arriving somewhere. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Stefan?
Yeah, it's such an interesting point, right? Which is whether technology encourages people to unplug, right? And get involved in things that are not politics, or whether they choose to get involved in politics. And what's happening in the US right now is that you can no longer be a lazy politician. You can no longer just unplug yourself from Twitter and from Instagram and from WhatsApp. you have to engage in those metrics. And if you perform in a way that is inconsistent with what people want, they will hold you to account on those platforms. And amazingly, that works, right? They're not individual. There's not an individual vote there. It doesn't mean individual money or anything like that, but people have to respond to that. And so that the combination of the flux in the system and also the ability of technology to have those direct conversations has actually brought people more into the system, at least for right now, with the promise that they can make change. So the whole question is, will they stay engaged? And the answer is, if they're able to make change, if they're able to see the things that they want to have happen because of technology, then that's going to reward them to stay in the technological system and to get even more involved in those spaces. If they can't see change, I think the frustration causes them to move away from it.
That's great. Tefera, what do you think about it? Will they stay engaged? Yes.
Yes. So I think Edward Lucas, I want to say, yes, had actually touched upon this. There's a way maybe to something backwards, right? Let's see what the future looks like when we talk about technology. Let's not even detach it as a separate thing that is outside of us, but look at the rise of, say, synthetic media, and how we're going to, in a few years when it's in place and a lot of individual actors have access to it. I think we need to go back to this idea of critical thinking. And I think you and Franak touched upon this. It's this idea that people to focus on the truth. And I think this is, I've had a chance to kind of go back and see whether we actually value on the weight of truth, which in some ways has a changing nature itself over time. We want people to be critical thinkers, them to be truth. And when it comes to critical thinking, I think it comes of mapping out what we are talking about. So maybe I'll just pull out like Kate Crawford of AI, this idea of explaining AI, which is something that seems so close to us and how we use, search recommendation engines and things like that. We don't necessarily see the system as an interconnected layer of whether it be politics and things like that. So sometimes we zoom in on technology as it applies to just media consumption. And so I think there is a role on journalists, perhaps, to kind of themselves the intricacies of what these details are, but also sure that information is mapped out in a way for an audience to become critical thinkers without necessarily carrying any weight on truth or, should.
Thank you. Mike and Farai, just a final word because we will have to end up immediately after your thoughts. Ahmed, let's start from you and then move to Farai in order to conclude. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am very worried about the professor and what he says, Greece and what he says. If we don't have a government, political parties, civil society, and we just have technology and internet and new media, I don't see us goes anywhere, and I see us jump or into total chaos or in the hand of political groups you don't like. From my context, you are going to see political Islamic religious political groups, very close-minded. You wouldn't like them at all. Or you go to United States and you find more Trump, new Trump era, and more very focused closing on the American issues or the European issues without more and more populist attitude toward what's going on in. Yes, democracy is and seeing a lot of the part of its beauty. Life is not anymore that relaxed. You cannot relax anymore in your life and expect that the fruits will come to your table. Basic nature of life, basic nature of human life in this modern life, actually, that the new technologies is helping you to facing the challenges, not to relax that everything will be okay by itself. And we wanted to give away is our basic small although this is basically the main thing will make us sure, at least this is the only human experience which make us sure that if we follow this direction, we have at least lines of achievement. Thank you very
Okay. And let us conclude with Farai. Farai, floor is yours.
Yeah, really interesting discussion, guys, and it's so tough to have to wrap it up now. But I think from what a lot of you have been saying, I agree. But I think on the one hand, yes, I mean digital technology gives us some of the tools we could use to build a much more radically participatory democracy. I think yes, we see on our channels a lot more youth engagement because we're using digital media. And I think we need to find a way to build a much more participatory democracy that goes beyond our current parliamentary system, which I think entrenches just rule by elites. But the flip side of that is that if we're advocating for this much more participatory democracy through digital, we shouldn't then exacerbate the digital divide that already exists, and that exists both in the global north and in the global south. Because the flip side is that you do have big multinational corporations that are using the same language that we're using, but for profit. Using the excuse of coronavirus and lockdown to make everything virtual and everything smart. So your Microsofts and Googles and so forth pushing for more e-learning and smart cities, but ultimately that exacerbates the digital divide in the US, and white middle class kids will benefit from e-learning more than minority kids in the inner city. It'll be the same in Zimbabwe, where middle class kids will benefit, but rural and working class kids who don't have access to data, who don't have mobile phones, won't be able to to have that same access. So I think any argument for using digital for more participatory democracy has to be accompanied by a really radical program of expanding vastly access to broadband internet infrastructure and general access to Wi-Fi, because otherwise we're creating a new elitist system under another name.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a promise from my side. Yes, Christo. Really quick, because we will have to wrap up. Yes, really quick.
Worried about my position. Ahmed, I am not against digital activism. I didn't say that. And I didn't say that, we relax and write books and discuss. That was a misunderstanding. What I am trying to tell you, all right, is that if people don't discuss in a deliberative way the problems that the politicians are feeding them with every day, like globalization, refugees, climate change, and so on, they will never be able to understand them. That is what I am saying. And the way the discussion is taking place today in the digital world, in the digital, globe, is not productive. That is what I am saying.
Okay. Just a promise from my side that was an extremely interesting panel. So I would suggest and that's a promise from my side, that we will actually recapitulate this panel in another given opportunity. Thank you very much for being part of this very interesting discussion. We will have it again, because social movements, it's very important. Thank you very much for your participations. We will be back in a minute with our next panel and our keynote speaker, Bob Pearson. Thank you very much, everyone.
hear? Can't hear.
Can you hear me?
I can hear now. Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear
Okay,
me?
we can. I cannot hear you so well. So,
You cannot hear me.
we
Okay.
cannot hear you so well.
Okay. Is there a phone number
Let's
maybe
try
I
it
can call in?
again. So, as Bob Pearson will fix his microphone, etc., I would like to introduce him. Bob Pearson is the founder and chair of the Next Praxis Group. He has participated in other webinars as well, and we would like to thank him for being available in order to share his valuable thoughts. Because Bob Pearson is well known analyst.
Can you hear me now, Nico? You can hear me now? Great. Can you hear me or no?
What works very well in this is a restart. If you want log out and log in again, or because we cannot hear you so well, restart always work. The floor is yours now. If you can speak, Bob.
Great. I think we're back. Does this work? Can you? I can't hear. Darn. Can you hear me now? No? Can you hear me? I can't. Great. Okay. Thank you. It sounds like you can hear me, which is excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. The next 10 minutes, what I'll talk about is basically what I've learned from the private sector in terms of working with some of the top brands in the world, continually look at what's next in technology on a global basis, and then look at how to take all of that knowledge and combat disinformation and extremism in the world, basically hate and extremism. And so I want to talk about a specific topic today, because the topic of my keynote is truth-seeking and disinformation alarm. And alarm is really the key word here. We are doing as much as we believe we can now, but there's so much more we can do. And so when I think of alarm, I think of an iceberg. And a lot of what we're doing today is on the surface, dealing with whatever fake news we see or whatever is in our view. But if we actually look at the iceberg below the surface, we see a few things. One of them is censorship. Censorship is becoming exceptionally innovative. And if we think about this in terms of technology advance, it's never been easier to do things like shadow banning. So if someone is gaining popularity and a country doesn't like that person and their views, they can slow down their ability to access the larger population dramatically, with or without them even knowing it. There's account elimination. You know, if you perhaps talk about groups that China does not like on League of Legends, one of the more popular games in the world, your account may just disappear. There's country favoritism that can be put into algorithms. Algorithms are, you know, really what are used to get the media or content that we want in front of us, and they can be tweaked endlessly by people who want to prevent us from seeing certain things. So basically what this gets into is we have an increasingly sophisticated level of censorship that is occurring and will continue to occur in the world. And we have to move into an era of what I would call censor check. So we've been fact checking news for many years, and it's great that we do that, but we need to be censor checking and actually call out how censorship is occurring, why it's occurring, and actually look at technologies that will actually help us to do that more effectively. The second area that is very important is when we think of the family room, or a place that we would congregate every day to consume content and relax. It used to be the family room. Perhaps in some cases it still is, but really gaming is the new family room. So we have nearly 3 billion gamers in the world. As you know, you can buy things in a game. You can start to do email, you can do text, you can do video. There's all kinds of things that you can do. And as that becomes a new platform for people, we have to ask ourselves what's happening. In my view, gaming is becoming, in many respects, the next Facebook. It's becoming that ubiquitous platform where we can do everything and want to do everything in it. So that means, how do we get in there in a constructive way? Do we do game modifications, for example, where we take Grand Theft Auto, but we're actually helping to teach people how to combat disinformation? Or, you know, do we look at how to basically put a newsroom into a gaming platform? But how do we add relevant content into gaming platforms in a way that can teach people and do it in a way that helps our greater cause? The third is we spend an inordinate amount of time on the moment, as opposed to understanding the cumulative impact of disinformation on young minds. So I understand why we spend a lot of time in the moment. If something happens today, we talk about it, it's very topical, I get it. But if we actually look at how our minds are formed, many of you know, probably all of you know, that from birth to age 25, it's the most formative time in our minds when they're formed. And so that's when habits and memories and points of view are really cemented into our brains. So we have to ask ourselves, what's the cumulative impact of disinformation, misinformation, and just general propaganda? So we may be doing a good job occasionally on combating disinfo, but if we look at the aggregate, the bad actors have a long view. The bad actors know that if they do this day in and day out relentlessly, that they have a very good chance of winning the day with certain people. And so we have to become as sophisticated in actually going after them to understand how to actually make that not possible to win the long game. It also means that we need to understand psychological models much more and talk about them much more in forums like this, where we actually say, How are people learning? What are they retaining? Why are they susceptible or not to disinformation? The fourth is, how do we work as a team? And that's a very trite thing to say. Everyone can say it. What does it mean? Well, the example I have in my mind is over the last few years, I've had an opportunity to train over 90 groups dealing with extremism, battling extremism. And many in Europe, Eurasia, and the rest were in North America, all battling some form of hate and extremism. The problem is, the good news is, they're great people, they want to do the right thing, they're very dedicated. The bad news is, they don't do knowledge sharing. We don't share digital techniques. We don't share common keywords so we can impact search. We don't share strategies on how to move content in general or create it. And so what we're really missing here is essentially a digital media curriculum that could be used to teach people who are combating disinfo worldwide so we can actually work together. So what's an example of that? Let's say you take 30 groups that are battling, just take any topic, could be anti-Semitism for a topic. Well, if they actually shared the keywords that actually people are searching for and put that into all the content that is common to those 30 groups, the impact they have on search is dramatically higher than if they do it individually as a group. So if I'm a bad actor, I'm thrilled that everyone's fragmented. I'm thrilled that everyone's not communicating and sharing. But we're not bad actors. We're good actors, and we need to do more in maybe an open source way to share content that would actually be helpful for people to improve. The fifth item of 5 total is that technology is advancing, I think, much faster than we realize. And so we know about that there's billions of likenesses that can be created now, so it's easy to hide. We know about deepfakes. We know that you can compress audio and disguise who you are, or perhaps fake out that you're someone else. There's all that kind of stuff we know. But I think what happens is we get too much in a rut of focusing only on one area. So if we focus just on disinfo and misinfo and propaganda, we actually miss an opportunity to learn from other bad actors. So what I've been doing over the years is focusing on criminals as well. And so what I mean by criminals are people who move drugs online, illegal drugs. People who are counterfeiters, how do they move counterfeit goods and services worldwide? People who engage in sex trafficking, all these types of things. These are people who are using the same tools, techniques, and platforms. And when you actually study them, what you see are things like, just to give you 2 quick examples, in counterfeiting, you can see an affiliate model of how they actually recruit people to help them sell product. Many of these folks maybe are sort of unsuspecting, but they get paid for it. There's incentives. There's an economic system to it. That same system can be used for a proxy network for disinformation. If you look at drug dealers, what they're doing, which is quite smart, unfortunately, is we spend all of our time focusing on Facebook and Twitter and TikTok and talk about what they should do or not do. And the drug dealers are seeding content in little known sites. Q&A search engines, forums, other places we don't look, setting up ghost accounts in Instagram and other places. And then they actually give people the information they need so they can go into the dark web or a message platform, have a private conversation, and accomplish their goal. And they're doing all this right in front of us. So it's actually quite easy to see if we have our eyes open to it. So my view there is we should be studying criminals and what they do, see their innovation, understand how to actually maybe move faster to actually combat disinformation. Now, on the positive side, what I see is I've been talking a lot to corporate audiences, meaning chief communication officers, chief marketing officers, people who are in positions of leadership in big companies. And what I've mentioned to them is that we're entering an era of corporate social responsibility where rather than just companies talking about this, they can do something about it. They can actually invest in educational curriculums. They can actually support groups like this. They can actually become part of the solution because their employees are being impacted by drugs, by counterfeit goods, by people who prey on those with weakness, elections, I mean, you go through the list and you just figure out which topics do you care about. Everyone has a few that they care deeply about. So it's really time that we work together. And I'm hearing more and more that that makes sense, that we should be doing that. So I'll just end in this keynote with saying that I think there is a tremendous amount of good work going on, and it's very inspiring to hear the people who came before me on the ideas you have and the thinking. And even when you debate, I think that's fantastic. We have to debate. We can't all be perfect and right every time. In fact, most of the time we don't know what we're doing, and we're iterating if we're honest about it. But I do believe that we are exiting 1.0. You know, we have a pretty good idea what's going on now. We're about to enter 2.0, and 2.0 is going to be marked by significant censorship, significant technology advance, much more sophisticated economic models to move goods, services, and information. And quite frankly, from a country standpoint, we're entering what I call the lukewarm war, where countries realize that the combination of cyber and disinfo is a new threat mix that actually is as important to them as creating a bomb. And so we need to be, I think, have that mindset as well, as to say, hey, this isn't going away. This is only going to get more sophisticated, more important for us. And the question is, what do we do about it? And that's why it's so great to be part of a group like this. This is the kind of team that can actually reach out, pull people together, share information, and maybe take this up a couple levels. So with that, I will stop. If there's time for questions, I'd be happy to take them. But I don't know if you're doing that or if we just go right to the panel. Can't.
We will be coming back to the panel in a moment, I'm afraid.
Okay, great. You were going right to the panel?
Yeah, we will be, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Like, I'd love to do a lot of questions. It was super, super interesting, but it's we're also quite conscious of time, I'm afraid.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Okay, everybody. Hi. Thank you so much for joining all of us. I will be moderating this session. So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us today. It's incredibly appreciated. And I, of course, wanted to take a moment to introduce all of our panelists. So thank you so much for joining us, Maxim, Cynthia, Jakub, Bensi, and Chico, and Christina, of course. I hope we're still probably waiting for a few people, but in a moment. Thank you so much for joining us. And maybe one of the things that we could do is if we could have just a very brief opening statement by everybody, and then we'll drill down to the questions. Who wants to start? Jakub, you look very eager to start.
Okay, I'm happy to start. So I'll be brief. I mean, the things I focus on in European Value Center for Security Policy in Prague, we actually focus on following what Russia and China as state actors and their proxies do in this area of, let's say, hostile disinformation. So I will just briefly say what I think are the main takeaways from from the crisis related to COVID and the pandemic. And that's basically more or less Russia does still the same. The Russian state organizes massive disinformation in Europe on various scales, as we have seen at least since 2014, since Russia invaded Ukraine. So there are not many changes, I would say. There are slight changes of tactics on the Russian side, but the game seems to be more or less the same, while the scope might be getting bigger, but still the tactics seem to be the same. But the new thing here is actually what we see China doing, where essentially we see the Chinese state adopting the Russian tactics in spreading disinformation, at least in Europe. We see a massive spread of with what we call strategic disinformation, meaning done by Chinese state officials, saying public, spreading conspiracy theories, for example, related to the pandemic, and then organizing their proxies and assets on the ground in Europe. And it's very much similar to what we have seen in summer of 2014, when Russia shut down MH17, which was an airliner over Ukraine. Right after it happened, the Russian state organized several dozens of conspiracy theories and conflicting narratives, where it tried to deflect the blame from the Russian state, meaning that Europeans or the globalized world wouldn't blame Russia for this shooting this airplane F-17. And this is the very same thing we see now China doing in this pandemic, trying to deflect the blame and trying to portray China as the savior of Europe, which do use quite a lot of disinformation, which are usually not blatant lies, as we have seen it from the Russian side, but basically very well distorted reality or their narratives. So, I mean, this is the main takeaway, which I would say on the disinformation part, at those state actors, Russia and China, we do follow. But I'll stop here to be short.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this. Yes, Franak, please.
No, I just decided to join because I had to drop in on the previous discussion on activism, so I'll try to compensate my absence here on this information talk. Idea of this discussion of this topic again is to, as Jakub actually gave an overview of the problem and China disinformation as an example. So perhaps each of our fellow speakers can do something from their own perspective. And the things that you are tackling right now, the things you feel as important right now to mention, and also please always propose solutions. What can be done more? What can be done in different way? So who wants to continue? Yes, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello, my name is Cynthia Harvey, and I'm the Public Affairs Officer at the U.S. Embassy in Athens. So greetings to everybody from Athens. I'd like to share a bit with you about the U.S. Embassy's perspectives on and our approaches towards countering disinformation in Greece in particular during the pandemic. So to provide some context, great power competition, which has been one of the formative ideas of our U.S. strategy here in Greece, persists during this pandemic, and disinformation has become a significant part of that. Unfortunately, we became aware of several different disinformation campaigns in Greece in the early days of the pandemic. Things like narratives that the virus is an American bioweapon, that the virus didn't originate in China, that US troops had spread it, that the US response was negligent and our democracy couldn't cope with it, that 5G exacerbates COVID-19 symptoms. Things like this we saw persistently in the media and narratives around that. So in the face of this, the embassy was really able to benefit from the strong relationships that we have developed here to counter this disinformation, thanks to the open and honest conversations we've had with the media and relationships that we've developed with NGO partners, including the Digital Communications Network in Thessaloniki, the DCN-SE. We have a good understanding of the media landscape, and we've refined how to best promote media literacy and truthful narratives that counter disinformation campaigns as they arise. As Bob noted in his keynote, we try to look not just at the tip of the iceberg and counter the fake news as we see it, but to figure out what's beneath the surface and to approach approach it programmatically. So we've supported efforts to teach people how to look at content critically, how to understand the tactics and motivations of bad actors, and to combat their disinformation before it can take hold. So for example, we partnered with Nico Panagiotou, who's with us today, and the DCN SE Hub to immediately organize an engaging series of COVID-19 disinformation webinars. And we studied Greek attitudes towards news information and disinformation. We at the embassy participated in these webinars, and we were able to call out problematic narratives and encourage participants to closely examine sources and to think critically. And we're going to continue to do this. Looking ahead, we are providing funding to another DCN program entitled Turning Awareness into Action, Campaigning and Verifying for Social Impact. This is a program that's going to identify and expose and counter disinformation and propaganda from state and non-state actors in Southeast Europe. And we'll also support a national fact-checking effort by a group that's called Fake News Hunters. Later this month, we're supporting a Media Summer Academy, New Trends in Media and Journalism, that also provides educational opportunities for media consumers. So this is one piece of this Department of State's global efforts to recognize, understand, expose, and counter foreign state and non-state propaganda and disinformation, and it aims to undermine and influence policies. And it undermines the security of the United States, our allies, and our partner nations. Some of you may have heard Ambassador Pyatt's opening remarks today. I just want to highlight something that he said that I think is very important, that it's just very fitting that cooperation versus division is a theme of this program. Greece has been really successful in its response to the pandemic because the Greek government decided that they were going to base their decisions on scientific data and on experts who would guide their policies, and they were going to cooperate with their neighbors and their allies. This pandemic has also highlighted the importance of openness and government transparency, two key pillars of democracy. So our efforts to promote a free and transparent media environment, while at the same time encouraging consumers of that media to read critically and analytically, that's going to continue. This is a responsibility for citizens and democracies, and that's a key piece of our engagement here in Greece. So thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. First of all, let us thank you for all the support the Embassy in Athens is doing for DCNC Hub. We really appreciate it, and I think it's just the beginning of our fruitful collaboration, and we will build the whole network across the whole Balkan regions. And we're really, really excited to work with you much more in terms of countering disinformation and developing healthy digital and media spaces. Let us continue our conversation. I'd like to ask Jency Jacob here to speak more about the situation with disinformation trends. Let's say what are most recent trends in India?
Hey, hi. Very glad to join all of you all on this wonderful panel. We've just concluded, one very important study that we've done between the month of May and June. As some of you know that we went into lockdown right in the midst of March. Since then, we've been on the trot. We've been working only looking at COVID-19 related misinformation. And the study that we've just released just yesterday, what we found, we looked at 174 fact check stories that we did during this period. And we found that nearly 37% of them were related to COVID-19, while 15% were related to China, because we just last month, as you all know, we had a dispute with China at the border, which led to over 20 Indian soldiers being killed, and a lot of tensions that came at the border. So we saw a gradual shift from COVID-19 to China, and a lot of misinformation related to China, and in fact also a lot of the misinformation coming in from through propaganda Twitter handles that even China were putting out, so that a lot of is going around whether did Chinese soldiers die or not, because they claimed that in fact none of their soldiers died, but a lot of conversation that has happened that probably that is not true. But anyway, so apart from that, there were also about 10 fact checks that were 10% of the fact checks were related to politics. most of the fake news we encountered came with videos. Now that's a very interesting part here, that 45% fact checks that we did of all these 174 stories were through videos, which was closely followed by images at about 41%, and text-based misinformation, which is a gradual trend that we are noticing in India, was a much smaller portion of about 14% of the overall fact checks we did during this 2 months. This also goes on to show that videos and images are still a very dominant part of the fake news ecosystem, the potent forms of misinformation that we are seeing. Before this, February to May, we had also done the first part of the study, which was about 178 factors at that time, and that was entirely related to COVID-19. And in fact, an analysis that we did of the bulk of the COVID-19 related fact checks, we found that most of them were related to comes. In fact, India stood out that way as compared to many other countries, because most of the misinformation that I saw related in other countries were more related to the government in power. Probably in the US, seen a lot of misinformation which were on both sides, probably, but more connected to trying to project Donald Trump as the potential election candidate again, and coming back to power. But in India, what we saw is it was divided on Hindu-Muslim lines, and false allegations were against Muslims of purposely spreading the virus. And these messages appeared in April after several members of the Tablighi Jamaat and Islamic Missionary Group tested positive for the virus following a massive congregation in Delhi in March. So these were some of the broad trends that we saw. In fact, Boom is also, it's during the lockdown, post-lockdown, we set up entire newsrooms in both in Myanmar and Bangladesh. So we are also fact checking in these two countries. In fact, Myanmar, it's quite interesting because this is coming just ahead of the very important election season that is going to come in the next 1 month or so. And Bangladesh also, though Bangladesh has not been severely impacted by COVID-19, but that's also a country where we have started fact checking. So overall, it's quite interesting to see how the bulk or the scope of the fact checks have changed over the last few months. We are slowly catching on from COVID-19 to various other both national and international related issues as well. And the bad actors in the system, they are also responding quite faster now. Now that people have realized that they are going to be in lockdown for a longer period, and they're going to be behind closed doors for a longer period. So they are also evolving, and so are the fact checkers and the strategies that we are also employing to ensure that that we don't miss out on any of these bad actors, and try to nail them as well.
Jensi, I have the question here, but very briefly. But do you believe the fact checking is enough, to counter all the disinformation and fakes that are like massively spread in India?
Maybe not. They are never enough. In fact, we always say that fact checkers are just one part of the entire ecosystem that have to function to ensure that that we are actually bringing up these bad actors and publicly exposing them, and also telling people that that there is a lot of there's a lot at stake. In fact, COVID-19 related misinformation, it's the difference between someone taking up a wrong treatment, or someone looking at WhatsApp and trying some home remedies instead of going to the hospital, or deciding to test themselves on their own. So these are some of the real life problems that we are seeing. But I am not very pessimistic about these things, because I do believe that some fact checking is better than no fact checking at all. In fact, in 2016, when we started fact checking, we were the only fact checking outfit who were only looking at fact checking as an entire medium, without looking at viral stories and many other stories that most news organizations would be doing. Today in India, there are about 15 fact checkers. So in a span of about 4 years, there are 15 15 fact checking newsrooms that are functioning in the country, except for two, which are also mainstream media organizations that have got into fact checking. The remaining 13 are all startups, digital startups that have decided that they are going to look at fact checking, and they started getting looking at it seriously. So it's never enough. I agree with you that for a country of 125 crore people or 1.25 billion people, it's never going to be enough. But at least some fact checking is better than no fact checking at all.
Yeah, thank you, Jense. And Maxim Aristavi from Atlantic Council. Atlantic Council is super active in countering disinformation and like in setting up new standards of including fact checking and international activities and activism in regards of disinformation. Maxim, what do you think about what you just heard, and what are your general perception of the current situation regarding disinformation?
Well, thanks again for inviting me. I'm going to start with a general thing that I'm coming from the region that it's severely affected by disinformation. It's been the case for more than 6 years. It's a region of Eastern Europe and Eurasia in general. And although the situation at the moment with the whole, let's just say, system of addressing disinformation is a bit better because we have so many terrific projects that work full-time 24/7 to address that, not only in the region but on a global level. I feel still that there is a huge gap between that infrastructure of fact-checking and addressing disinformation and actually practical enrollment of that system into greater public good. I mean, I work with the largest network of independent newsrooms in Eurasia, and this has been the everyday experience that journalists really struggle to address disinformation, or really struggle with basic even knowledge of how to deal with that disinformation, despite that this is a top issue for 6 years. And when you have this huge gap between very successful organizations that do address disinformation, that investigate it, go really forensic on it, but then the other side of larger side of media on frontline disinformation frontlines that struggle even with basic things to addressing that disinformation, I feel like there is not enough cooperation between two sides. Because you look now at the region of Eastern Europe, of course, governments and organizations are better prepared at facing disinformation. They know how it works, they understand how to fact check it, they know where to go for it. But then you have the larger population, and what we're looking at the moment is complete disinformation disaster in the region, with millions of people being severely affected by COVID-19 fakes and myths and conspiracy theories, with tens of millions of people not having any basic idea where to go even to verify that information. So I would really emphasize that it's important to have fact-checking capacities. But then we need to bring those fact-checking capacities back to independent newsrooms, because at the moment they exist in two different separate worlds. And it means that basically the journalism that in the beginning, the journalism was the place for broader fact-checking. The journalism was even the place that the audience can access fact-check verified information. But unfortunately, it's not the case anymore, and we need to bring those really great progress that many anti-disinform organizations made in the last 6 years, and integrated back into ecosystem of newsrooms, because that's where fact-checking can thrive in the larger sense as a public service, not just one elitist skill.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that summary. I will briefly take over moderation from Franak for just a moment. And we have one final speaker here, Chico from Brazil. I understand that you've been working as a journalist at the Agência Lupa. Thank you so much for joining us. And I would love to also hear your opening remarks and sort of your assessment of how do you feel sort of the pandemic-related disinformation has been playing out in Brazil? What do you think are the main mediums through which it has been happening?
Hi. Well, first of all, you probably know that Brazil is right now one of the hotspots of COVID-19. And unlike Europe, which had like a peak number of cases and then started to fall down, started to take measures, we're in sort of a state of denial, and we've been having around 1,000 deaths a day for the past 5 weeks or 6 weeks. So it's been like absolute madness here. And I believe that misinformation has a lot to do with what's going on, because the first thing is it sowed the seeds of doubt about science. It sows the seeds about doubt about public policy, what's good public policy. And well, it's been during the entire pandemic, we've been having like the basic science and basic common sense about the pandemic being questioned all the time by bad actors. And worst of all, these bad actors are usually connected, or at least are militant of the current and the federal government. So it's a bizarre situation in which the government in a way is sort of pushing misinformation to the population. So this has been deadly, because many initially we had a sort of decent response about some lockdowns were some social isolation measures have been started, some common sense ideas, but it's been the confidence in science has been eroding like week by week here in Brazil, and that's what we're trying to fight. That's why we're trying to address it, Lou. But it's been a very hard struggle here. It's been a very hard struggle, and I think that misinformation is one of the culprits. It's not, of course, the only factor, but it's one of the factors why Brazil is doing so badly at answering to the COVID-19 crisis.
Thank you
Perfect.
so much.
Thank you so much. Ooh, Franak, this is a battle. I'll ask the first question very quickly.
So now, yeah, okay, sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to get like a very quick opinion, because I think we've been talking a lot about techniques. We haven't yet mentioned platforms. So I would just love to get like a one-word answer literally from all of you. What do you think is like the main platform, Facebook, WhatsApp, Telegram, TikTok, on which you have witnessed misinformation? Just like in one word, and I'd love to get a bit deeper into the different platforms.
For
I
us
would
in
say
India,
WhatsApp
it is WhatsApp.
it's very problematic, but I think all of them have problems. It's not like there's one particular social network that has a problem with misinformation. It's spreading all of them. It works like it's a system. It's not really a problem with a singular network.
I get that. And what's the, but I understand that like WhatsApp is the biggest one in Brazil right now, right?
Yes. It's very big in Brazil. It's like a.
How about Maxim, in the region you've been tracking, what has been the biggest platform?
I think all of them. I mean, there is a problem with specific platforms that they don't do enough to help addressing disinformation. But disinformation agents utilize absolutely every platform possible, from WhatsApp, Facebook to TikTok, whatever is popular within specific community.
Okay, no, the reason why I was asking is because I know that WhatsApp, for example, tried to introduce a couple of differences in its architecture. So WhatsApp is, for example, limited the amount of people you can forward messages to and things like this. Have you seen that this has had any impact, or do you think that this hasn't really changed the course of misinformation?
Well, I don't think like a huge massive impact, but no, I think WhatsApp and Facebook are two platforms that are actually trying at least to do something. I think Facebook has the 3PFC, and I think you all know what I'm talking about. And WhatsApp has this little incremental measures to avoid massive oversharing. But still, WhatsApp. The problem with WhatsApp is really what's it all about? Like how it works. The technology itself is very favorable to spreading misinformation. I'm not saying that it has to end, because it has the very same reasons which make WhatsApp a great tool for communication, make WhatsApp a great tool for misinformation. So, but yeah, I think they're trying something. We still. I think we will have to evaluate if it works or if it didn't work in the future. I don't think we have a very clear answer right now. But yes, I think at least trying to do something is important, and trying to contain this misinformation wave is important.
I think in India, it's actually WhatsApp, because WhatsApp did make some changes and they have brought in restrictions. I feel that the velocity with which probably you could have earlier shared misinformation has probably reduced, but that does not necessarily mean that people don't share. So earlier, if I could have sent something, a forwarded message which I like, and I like, the drinking ginger tea can cure COVID. If I would have earlier 50 people, now I can only send it to 5 people. Now, if I'm really interested and really I have the time and to keep on sending it more than 5 times, to 5 different people, then there is no way you can probably counter something like that, or probably ingenuity of someone as otherwise. I do feel that the velocity of with which it is being shared may have reduced, but it does not necessarily mean that it has that misinformation has stopped. Though I do agree that Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, all of them are very different platforms, and they have different forms of misinformation that are being on that. Except for the fact that WhatsApp, because of its encryption, the anonymity that it brings with it, that is a huge factor for for bad actors to continue using that platform. At least on Facebook, they have tied up with fact checkers where you can go and tag some of the really viral stuff and bring down their distribution. In fact, one of the good changes that we have seen, that every time the mainstream media players who are supposed to be responsible, if they are putting out unverified information through their stories, and if it gets onto the tool, because they get a strike on their page and that impacts their monetization, they are quick to change that. Now that's actually something better than than no correction being done by any of the mainstream players at all. So I do feel that with Facebook there are some measures for you to go back and get some of the mainstream media players to reduce misinformation. But as far as WhatsApp is concerned, till the time there is encryption, and that's a double-edged sword, I don't think there's much that you can do there.
Okay,
And
thank
here
you. No, no,
Lucas. Okay, Lucas.
Frana.
So here my question is coming. So regulation, and I think that's question to everyone as well, and perhaps Cynthia will take it too. So where is the red line? How we can regulate this dark deep web part? Should we at all? Because WhatsApp broadcast list, WhatsApp closed chats, Telegram channels, private groups on Facebook. This is all this deep web we never had access to. And the issue now that control and at least monitoring of them is the issue of security. What should we do as organizations, as governments, as NGOs? Should we work deeper with the platforms? Should we work deeper with the governments advocating for more control over the platforms and this hidden part of the internet? What's your take on this?
Is that for me?
For everyone, but perhaps we can start with you. What's your personal thought?
Actually, I'm so interested. I'm so interested to hear everyone else's perspectives on this. It's obviously just a very complicated question, and it's something that I mean, from the American perspective, we are so supportive to the free flow of information. So from our perspective at the embassy, we're going to support efforts that are going to look more at the end user and how are consumers of media going to train their minds to think critically and to look at information and think about the source and think about whether it's true, accurate, and a fair portrayal. So from our perspective, in terms of the work that we do overseas, that's going to be more of our focus. Sorry, I'm getting an echo now. Okay. And from the perspective of embassy communications, going back to the previous question, we do tend to go with Twitter just because it's kind of a quick and direct way to reach media and influencers here in Greece. And also just the traditional broad media, the old-fashioned kind of reaching out to journalists and providing an accurate reflection of and flooding the zone with the correct narratives. So that's just a start at the answer. I'd love to hear what others have to say and continue to contribute.
Thank you, Cynthia. And what about Maxim? What's your take here? So two moments. One, messengers and this hidden part of the internet. How should we control? Should we get access to this? And another side is this TikTok, which are like officially public and open to the public, but on the other hand, they introduce another challenge and then the privacy concerns.
Yeah, it's a very complicated issue because we've been dealing with this dilemma as well. On the other hand, if you deal with absolutely free society and democracy, I think it's important to bring back oversight and control for platforms on the national level. So if you operate in this country, you got to be having an office there, and you got to be responsible to the authorities and their oversight system that is in place. Because now at the moment it's very hard to actually do any kind of oversight when those companies and social media platforms hide in places that basically as entities that are out of reach of bureaucrats and officials and the publics. But on the other hand, there is another side of this issue. What do you do with autocratic countries? Because what they do now, they're actually much more effective at this at the moment. They enroll a lot of legislation and a lot of initiatives how to control the flow of content on the social media platforms, and also how to utilize those social media platforms for spreading their own disinformation. So I think it cannot be a decision or formula that will cover all. I think it should be different approach to societies and countries that we feel like have strong rule of law and are open and democratic societies, and those who do not fall under this category. But the other important, I think, issue I want to highlight is how social media platforms work checkers and civil society fact checkers on national level. This is something that's been developing over the years, and I think it was a very positive approach where social media platforms started recruiting some organizations on the ground to help them to fact check, verify, to find the proper context, and so on and so on. However, this process is also absolutely not transparent, and I think is a bit out of our sight and our reach, because it turns out to be a bit problematic. Like, for example, just now, and as I speak with you, I deal with the situation when local Facebook fact checker in Ukraine got criticized by investigative journalists, and then they launched a campaign, a bullying campaign against that investigative journalist, because she assumed that they have far-right links within the country. So I think it wouldn't happen if there were a very transparent process where all civil society actors would participate in the process of selecting and getting those fact checkers coming on board to work with social media platforms. So you just, call out a tender there, call it in a very transparent way, make sure that many companies compete on a very, transparent, on a very transparent position in a very transparent way. And then we won't be having those situations when this fact-checking infrastructure on a national level, we don't actually understand how it works and how those decisions are being made. So this is another important thing to, again, to offer a bit of more control to civil societies on national level.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're running slightly over time, and we will need to wrap up very, very soon. There's one question over that Franak and I have been talking, and I would be very interested in asking, because I know that we started to talk a bit about TikTok. And I was just wondering, actually, that's mostly to Cynthia, but I would love everyone else to sort of weigh in on this as well. What sort of, do you sort of envision if, for example, TikTok grew and grew and grew in popularity, do you envision, for example, US embassies communicating via TikTok or other State Department bodies? Or do you think that they will mostly be keeping, for example, to media sources and social media networks that are based in the US? And I was actually checking and I couldn't find any embassies right now that are using TikTok. I could, however, see that the US embassy in Uzbekistan is running a Telegram channel. So I would just love to have very quickly your insight and everyone's opinions as well. Do you see it as likely that sort of US embassies will be communicating using social networks and messengers that are not US based on a ubiquitous scale anytime in the future?
That is a really interesting question, I have to say. So we are a big bureaucracy. We try to find new and innovative ways to reach audiences, and you're absolutely right. In the past, those innovations have generally come from the United States. So TikTok does present an interesting new twist on things. I don't have a definitive answer. I think that right now in the US, there are lots of people looking at this, and corporations, for example, are taking a look at TikTok and making recommendations to their employees. I think right now we're pretty satisfied with the way that we're able to reach public audiences. It really does depend country to country. Actually, going back to your first question, it was interesting because from the perspective of a diplomat having lived in several different countries, it's been a totally different scenario for me every single time. It's, when I was in Pakistan, Facebook ruled. And then when I was working in South Africa, it does depend on the country that we're working in. I just think it's the kind of thing where we're going to have to look at this and continue to see. It's going to be a policy decision that would make that determination, and that hasn't come out yet.
But are such decisions made centrally, or can like individual embassies decide which communication channels to use?
We tend to go with just we'll look in whatever country we're in to see, how you're reaching out. It depends on, how best to reach the audiences in those countries. And it's been very fully developed yet, I would say, in terms of the channels that I work in terms of directives that we receive on that. So it's something I'd have to look into more carefully.
And let's hear to others as well here, Lukasz. Just wanted to ask everyone. So where is the red line? How far we can go in order to debunk disinformation? Should we embrace each technology available in order to fight disinformation? Should we sacrifice, this privacy risks on TikTok, but to go on TikTok and to reach young people? Or it's better to avoid this platform, to not risk at all? What's your opinion? What is this trade-off? Should we risk more with like privacy and data stolen and used by malicious actors, or should we like put everything on barricade, and be present everywhere? So, question to everyone.
By the way, just in India, if I am not sure whether everyone knows about this, but because of our conflict with China, TikTok, which was growing to be one of the most downloaded apps, for TikTok anywhere in the world, and India was one of the biggest markets. They've been banned by the Indian government. It's one of the 59 Chinese apps that have been banned, and in fact, that's been a big blow to the entire generation of Indians, especially as I always say this, the Indians in the tier 2, tier 3 markets in the country who entirely missed the Facebook and the Instagram boom. And they were the ones, people from villages, very ordinary looking citizens who you will never associate dancing and singing and putting out very creative videos. They were all on TikTok. And all of that has gone out of the window now because the Indian government has included it as in one of the 59 apps that have been banned as far as from China is concerned. But on TikTok, misinformation was a big problem. And it was a massive problem there because of the fact that none of the Indian fact checkers were actually looking at TikTok the way our attention was so sharp on WhatsApp and Facebook and Twitter. And that's part of the problem, right? Because the more and more you have only uh, fact checkers looking at the dominant languages, that is English and probably Hindi for us in this country, not going into the regional languages. And for a diverse country like India, you will end up missing many platforms which should have been scrutinized much more strongly. So yes, to answer your question very shortly, I feel that the more and more fact checking as it moves around into the country, where regional newspapers and publishers and startups are coming up, we will see a lot of the languages being looked at as far as fact checking is concerned, and also some of the platforms which traditionally we don't look at because our attention is only on Facebook and WhatsApp and Twitter, and probably we'll see more fact checking happening in that space.
If I may, I think since I see a successful effort at combating disinformation integrated within the ecosystem of independent newsrooms, independent journalism, I think that we should apply the same rule that and I advise them to do the same. I mean, if fighting disinformation is a public service, who's your client? Your client is a public, and if public is your client, you go to the platforms and you go to the places where public is, where they want, when they consume their news and where they are. And in this case, it doesn't matter whether, I mean, of course, you got to apply very rigorous security protocols if your organization and you work on, let's just say, hostile platform that it's owned or controlled by authoritarian regime. However, if there are tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people there is no other way for you to get to that audience rather than be present on those platforms. I know, like, for example, back in the region in Eastern Europe, some platforms Russian platforms got banned in neighboring countries because of Russian invasion of those countries, like in Ukraine, for example. But on the same time, a lot of Ukrainian media keep working on those platforms, bypassing that ban, because they want to reach people who are on those platforms and keep using them through VPN or so. Because at the end of the day, this is their service, and they got to reach those people where they are, despite that those platforms might possess or have some security risks for them as well.
Thank you, Maxim. Unfortunately, we have to finalize here the panel because I'm very sorry, really sorry, but the time is running and we are a bit late. Thanks again to everyone for this wonderful discussion. That's just the beginning. We will try to continue this conversation separately. At DCN, we are going to organize many other webinars and I hope offline events focusing on disinformation, including on TikTok, because I'm fully in support of Maxim's idea that for journalists, we have to be everywhere to reach people. Because if you are not...
I love TikTok.
Because if you are not in the menu, then you are on the table. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for the discussion, and see you in a moment.
Hi. Thank you so much for joining us, Konstantinos.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you
yes,
perfectly well.
Perfect.
Can you hear me? Awesome. We can
Yeah,
both hear each other.
Of course.
I don't want to go through too long introductions. From what I understand, you've been working quite hard at Deutsche Telekom, working on the development of 5G, yes?
That is correct. I'm leading the end-to-end 5G development, and also I started the 5G story within Deutsche Telekom Group.
That's amazing. So what do you mean by end-to-end 5G development?
5G, the perception of 5G for the majority of the people is that we are developing a new radio interface. Well, this is not correct. The 5G is a whole new system starting from the core network, open interfaces, new applications, exposure of APIs, new use cases, and also coming back to the radio, introducing a new radio interface. For instance, when we started back in 2015, the 5G was aiming to serve a triangle, constituted by enhanced mobile broadband. When we are speaking about enhanced mobile broadband, we're speaking about providing wireless gigabit connectivity to the end users, ultra reliable low latency connectivity, offering and serving less than 1 millisecond latency to our end users, and this will enable new services like, let's say, autonomous driving, autonomous guided vehicles within industries, surveillance, and all these things. And last but not least, massive machine type communications, when we will have, let's say, one cell serving hundreds of thousands of Internet of Things devices like traffic lights, smart signaling, and all these things within the cities or even inside the houses. The whole story is a total revolution on the mobile communication. And let's do not forget that up to now, whenever we were introducing a new generation from 2G to 3G to 4G, there was only a change on their interface. And this time is not the same. We are introducing a complete new system with open interfaces, with a new core network, with a full concept of network slicing that the end user can have, let's say, a guaranteed service based on the quality of service algorithms that we're introducing in the network. But on the other side, I have to admit that COVID has changed a lot the way of working for all of us. You know, in the past, we were using to have meetings, all of us on a physical manner and traveling a lot all the way around, and we were all discussing about digital transformation. And if I ask you, what is your perception about digital transformation? Who managed to deliver the digital transformation worldwide? Was it your CEO, your CTO, your CFO, your Chief Information Officer, or COVID-19? I would say COVID-19, because overnight, the way that we used to work and act changed completely. And even with today's technology based on fixed lines, Wi-Fi's, and all these things, we are managing to have these webinars, these conferences, and all these things in a proper manner. So with 5G, I think we are moving to the next step. We are enabling enhanced communication. We are enabling new applications to be developed. We are enabling new ways of communication in a more guaranteed and secure way. And when I'm speaking about security, because this has been, let's say, a big discussion, I can tell you that 5G is bringing enhanced security protocols in both the air interface and the core network. We are integrating by the 3GPP standards the user plane and integrity protection security, which is by far better on what we are having today. On the other side, let's not forget that we're not speaking about having somebody pressing a button and suddenly we can retrieve all the information from the end user or the subscriber. This is not correct. And let's not forget that all the mobile operators or the operators worldwide are building the networks with multiple suppliers, and we are designing our networks ourselves. So the operators are responsible for the security and data protection. On the other side, COVID has changed a lot the way that we are acting in front of the governments. Now the governments, based on the health-related issues, they're asking for access to the data of the end users, where they are, how they are behaving, access to what they are doing, what are their interactions, and so on, which we are forced to.
So for health-related issues, you mean the governments are asking for phone data for contact tracing, yes?
Exactly. I can provide you just an example. You have heard this famous Corona app that is running from Google and Apple through the iOS, and a lot of operators has implemented. This has a prerequisite that you can enable and you can allow as an end user, because there is an app that is enabled on your smartphone, that you are enabling and you are allowing both the operators and the local government, as well as the big hyperscalers like Facebook or Apple or Google, to have access to your personalized data. And the majority of the people have no issue with this, and they are accepting.
But I thought that the contact tracing app wasn't actually giving Google access to your data, but like there was just anonymized person-to-person interactions, right? Like weren't a lot of those apps very, very focused on anonymity? Or are you talking more about the psychological effect of it?
That is correct, but behind the anonymity, you can have, let's say, a really tracing on your location, what are you doing, the behaviors and so on. Let me give you an example. You know that whenever you are entering Facebook and you are seeking for some advertisements and some specific, let's say, like baby coats or baby seats and so on, then after a while, Facebook is tracing what you are doing, even on an anonymized way. It's not on a personalized way, and you are getting advertisements about the topics that you are searching. Even though we are claiming that this is anonymized, the user profile is registered and it's available in case that it's needed. And let me give you one example. You're going to a restaurant, yeah? Now, after the COVID, you need to sign in and register yourself with a paper, your number, your address, and everything. In case that something is happening, how this can come back to you? They are contacting you, the authorities. The same way is happening with the app. The app is correlated to your SIM and subscriber data profile in the HSS, and afterwards, if something happens, the health authorities have access to your to the database, and they are contacting you. This is happening on a legal way, I could say, because we are living in an extraordinary case. On the other side, let's be fair, because I think we are living in an extraordinary situation, and 5G is really enhancing our opportunities. You will tell us how. New applications can be built. Another secure environment can be built. An open environment with open interfaces, multiple suppliers, and new use cases can be served. We can serve even AR and VR applications that you no longer need, let's say, to travel with a plane, but you can be, let's say, in an exotic island, just sitting in the luxurious living room that you are there, and you are just drinking your coffee. So let's be fair. I think the technological revolution is helping us to improve our everyday life, regardless if sometimes we have the demands from the health authorities, the governments, and so on, to have access to our data, even in an anonymized way. But don't forget that this anonymized, masked way, behind it, if something has happened, we can really reveal who is doing what via the networks.
Mm-hmm. And do you think, because I find this absolutely fascinating, and from what I remember, Austria was one of the countries where the government was asking for data from telecoms in order to do contact tracing, right?
That is
the
correct.
Government was asked, yes. I'm just wondering, how do you think the public perception of telecoms have changed? Do you think that sort of telecoms have increasingly been seen as like trustworthy actors that are helping the government with a mission? Or do you think that the public has started to be more and more worried, for example, about the anonymity of telephone data? How do you think do you think that the perception that people have of telecoms and maybe of 5G, because from what I understand, 5G could also give much more accurate location data. Do you think that the pandemic has changed our perceptions of this?
I would say yes. In the past, the people were more sensitive on data protection and all these things. Now, the pandemic says that we need to have, let's say, more data and help you. Where are you located? If there are issues with the people around you, if there are incidents, we need to inform you. So, having said that, I think that the people are more open now, and they are not considering so much about data protection or personal data details and so on, in order to be more safe. let's not forget that this pandemic crisis was catching the humanity without having the right weapons in our arsenal, and we're learning by doing. So, having said that, I think that people are more, let's say, open to use their data in order to help them and protect them in front of this pandemic crisis. Let's not forget that this pandemic crisis might not influence you at all, but you might end up in the hospital or even worse.
Yes, yes. No, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that sort of this is the pandemic is of course a huge, incredible tragedy. It's also absolutely fascinating for me how it will change our relationship to issues such as surveillance, privacy, and our digital selves. And also another point that you slightly hinted at in the beginning was you were talking also a bit about how the pandemic has been sort of, showing the need for video communication and the like. Do you think that it will also lead to sort of a faster uptake of 5G because we've seen how important the connected society is? Or do you think that there will not be a lot of changes in this area?
For me, this is certain. And let's do not forget that today the majority of the people in Europe are not enjoying a fast connectivity, even in enhanced mobile broadband. But also, we're speaking about a personalized connectivity. 5G can offer you, let's say, a really personalized connection that you no longer need, let's say, the enhanced broadband uploading profiles and so on. You're just opening your profile and there you go. So you can get the subscription that you need in any area. And of course, the quality will be much higher wherever you are, whatever you are doing, in any time. It's not only serving like connecting to the internet, but it will be more personalized. Your connectivity will be there. And let me give you an example. Let's assume that you are a heavy user using, let's say, YouTube or Netflix to see your favorite movies when you are on a move, on a train or a bus or whatever. Then for time to time, you are suffering because the cells are crowded or overloaded and you are facing congestion. In such a case, with 5G, we can really trace your activity. We can see with data analytics and artificial intelligence what you are doing, and we can tell you, hey, we can help you. If you want, we can get you a subscription that you can have guaranteed resources from the network. This is the big change that we can have right now. Each subscriber can have guaranteed resources for the end user, the end application that is using. And this is, I think, a game changing compared to what we are facing today.
Perfect. No, and this I think is a fascinating note to end on, sort of to see how even for me, the relationships between consumers and telecoms can change. Konstantinos, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm afraid that we do need to move on and jump to the panel because we're running out of time, but thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights about 5G with us. As you know, sort of the Digital Communications Network has been doing a couple of events like this. So I hope that this is only the beginning of a very, very long conversation about 5G and how it affects us. To everybody waiting for us for the panel, we'll be taking a technical break for about 1 minute, not just because I need to cover myself with curtains so that, the sunlight doesn't blind me, but the panelists are just getting ready. So Konstantinos, thank you so, so much for joining us. And in a moment, we'll welcome the panel. Hey everybody, welcome back to everybody who's been with us on YouTube just like 2 minutes ago, and to all the panelists joining us right now. Thank you so much. I can see that everybody's been pouring in. So as you can tell, I no longer am covered by like blinding light as well, which is very convenient too. So listen, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. We apologize once again for the slight delays that we had. And if we could just start off very briefly by having a word of introduction, both about yourselves and what you think has been, maybe as a means of introduction, let's both, do the standard bio and tell us what's the main thing professionally in your area that's been on your mind over the past week or month. Who wants to start?
Ladies first.
Hi.
Hi.
I can start.
All right, I can jump in. That's
Hi.
fine. Oh, please. Right. So I'm Gabrielle Guillemin. I'm Senior Legal Officer at Article 19. And it's a great pleasure to be here today with this distinguished panel. I just thought I would share a few thoughts following the keynote speech we've just heard from Konstantinos. And so thinking about what he said, that the pandemic had brought about many opportunities, perhaps as far as some companies are concerned. I think that for a lot of free expression groups such as Article 19, privacy groups, and digital rights groups more generally, I think it is more enhancing opportunities for violations of the right to privacy and for expression, and actually ushering in an era where mass surveillance tools are being normalized. And so here there are like a number of concerns. One is that all of this is being rushed in with little transparency or scrutiny, precisely because we're being told that this is a pandemic and extraordinary circumstances. The second issue is that because of this rush process, there's no real examination of how necessary the tech solutions being proposed, how necessary they are. And here I think it's interesting to look at the effectiveness so far of, like, for example, these contact tracing apps, because we've been told they're very useful, but actually increasingly, instead of being as essential as we were told they would be, for instance, in countries like the UK, actually they're becoming more like a complementary measure. If we look at the take-up and the download of these apps, at least in those countries where it's voluntary, it's actually not the vast majority of the population. In France, last June, it was about 2 million people. And France obviously has far more inhabitants than just 2 million. So that's a real concern. And of course, the third important concern, creep. So we're being told that this is being done to tackle the crisis, the pandemic. And obviously the concern is that it might then be retained for longer than is actually necessary to tackle the pandemic. And so here, a guessing example, the UK, Public Health England, the proposal was for them to retain the very sensitive health data for 20 years. And so here we think that's excessive because we're hoping that the pandemic won't last quite so long. So I think here, again, a very real concern is mission creep. And this very sensitive data being used for other purposes, whether it's law enforcement or whether it is for commercial exploitation as part of contracts, which themselves, when it comes to the development of these contact tracing apps, are not necessarily very transparent either. So I think I'll just stop here, these remarks, and we'll be very happy to hear from others.
Perfect. I just wanted to clarify one very quick thing, because you said that the sensitive health data needs to be stored for 20 years, yes? And is contact tracing data part of this sensitive health data or not? or is it not
That's
defined?
my understanding, but I would need to have a look at the more like the more detail of this particular legislation. But a lot of rights groups in the UK have raised concern that the data that would be collected in the context of the contact tracing app would be retained for that particular period of time, and obviously that's a real concern because very often that involves. That involves generally personal data. That could involve location data as well.
No, thank you so much for this introduction. And I already have a huge list of questions that I want to ask about and talk about, but unfortunately we're limited by things like time and timetables and Okay, thank you so much. Anna, I would love to get a quick introduction from you. What's been on your mind for the past week and month in terms of pandemic and beyond?
Sure. Hi, everyone. When it comes to COVID-19 implications and cyber response, I was thinking about cyber hygiene and then how people feel themselves on social media, on internet, also using the tracing apps all across Central Asia, for instance, my region, and then what kind of the discussion or debate there is in terms of data protection and in terms of digital rights. So obviously, when it comes to the balancing between the privacy and surveillance, we are still kind of falling for the second, as the region is primarily fighting for kind of in between position. On one hand, there is a GDPR kind of system or the normative kind of power, but on the other hand, there is Russia and China with their, technologies, sovereign internet, great firewalls, and etc., etc. So it's really hard now for governments of Central Asia to kind of address this issue, but at the same time for people, for ordinary people, to feel not to feel safe online, but to kind of feel that the government is not surveilling them even more during the pandemic. Because the experience that particularly Kazakhstan is showing, because they are using technology to monitor the quarantine regime and all that stuff. So it's kind of increasing the law enforcement kind of functions to monitor people. So I'll stop with that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this introduction. Once again, too many questions, too little time. I hate when that happens. Arzu, what's been on your mind for the past month?
Well, actually, quite a lot of what's been on my mind has already been mentioned. But just briefly, I guess, I've been running a project called Azerbaijan Internet Watch for some time now, and the main goal of the project is to monitor and document internet censorship, but overall information controls in Azerbaijan, and the developments that have been taking place during the pandemic and during the have certainly made it quite many times into the project's website in terms of updates. I mean, one thing for sure that's been really on my mind is the increase in the number of targets online in terms of journalists, human rights defenders, especially political activists getting their social media accounts hacked. Also, the increase in the number of copyright violation reports that are done by these fake accounts that are called the new trolls that target especially journalists and sort of independent activists YouTube channels that are quite popular, but also are critical of the government. So they often get reports for this sort of copyright violation, and then the videos are taken down, and the account owners receive strikes. Whole time and effort that goes into restoring access, because there was actually no copyright violation, because there was no issue. Online harassment campaigns, and this kind of goes into what Anna just mentioned about the digital hygiene. The way the civil society community looks at social media is that, well, we can just go and share, and we can use this to organize, we can use it to inform people. But they forget the amount of technology that the government of Azerbaijan has acquired over the years. And this technology allows them to do all kinds of things, not just snooping around, not just, listening to your phone conversations or breaking into your devices, but also very easily breaking into your social media accounts. I often get, these reports from activists saying, well, my account got hacked. I don't know how it happened. I'm like, well, if 2FA you were using, oh, I was using an SMS. I'm like, well, you live in a country where telcos are owned by the government. What did you expect? It's this kind of unawareness, even though they are aware, they know these things, but there is a general unawareness. I would also say the way these online harassment and targeting happens. You have women activists, very outspoken women journalists who are very deliberately targeted with very sensitive information. And then you have the nationalist component of this targeting where you are targeted as a traitor. You are labeled as an enemy of the state because of something that you said that the government didn't like, and then they decided to unleash this army of trolls to harass you. So that's another thing that's been bothering me. The sophisticated technology that I already mentioned, that has been certainly on the agenda, and Azerbaijan also joined a list of countries that developed a contact tracing app called Etabib that was developed by the Ministry of Health, that is obviously not open source. You can't get any information on it, and it was introduced very recently. Even though Azerbaijan already had in place a kind of control mechanism that was implemented via SMS system. So if you wanted to go outside, you had to send a certain message to this number that was provided, which was with the law enforcement agencies. And so if you were granted a permission to go out, and in case you were stopped on the street, you could show this text message and say that you had the permission. So the government rolling out this app without any explanation and actually forcing people to download, because now people who take the test are obligated to download the app because this is the only way they can get the results of the test, even though before they could get it via SMS. So that's been just a few things that have been bothering me.
Thank you so much for sharing. Once again, too many questions, too little time. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Thank you. And finally, Mark, I would love to hear your perspective as well and what's been on your mind
Yes,
over the
thank
past
you.
week or month.
My mind has been working on a major question, at least for me, is that if I look at COVID-19 at the apps, then I see them as just a couple of extra hooks to harvest additional user experiences. And that is actually the business model that's been going on for quite some time in the last 2 decades. And they service what I would refer to as the holy grail of business for harvesting our experiences and create production of future behavioral data, which is sold to third parties, both offline and online. And to me, it shows that the GDPR intrinsically falls short in protecting us. They have given us, or the GDPR gives us as data subjects a number of rights that I would summarize as being pseudo ownership of our personal data, with a thick line on the pseudo. And in order to retain our fundamental right to human dignity, which is in the charter, we talk about the right to a private life, to be autonomous, to be left alone, and to be in control of our information. I think we should seriously start to consider, and I know this has been considered prior to the GDPR, to change this pseudo ownership of our personal data in a full ownership, because that's the only way, at least, and that's my personal opinion, not the EADPP, of which I am chairman, but that's in my opinion, the only way to reestablish the balance of power and preserve our fundamental right of human dignity.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this introduction. I'm already seeing some trends. Gabrielle, you were raising your hand, but right before I did want to call on you, because I actually want to start by calling on both Gabriel, and Mark. And I just want to ask both of you, because I think that both of you stated concerns, both like with mission creep and sort of for how we can get real ownership rather than pseudo ownership of our data. So I guess if you were a policymaker, if you were a decision maker, what would your dream policies look like, for the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years that would really help implement the visions that you're fighting for?
Go ahead.
So perhaps. Thank you.
I mean, I can also ask easy questions. Do you like ice cream?
Question. Right. Well, I think I'll just keep it narrow for now, because I should state that, I mean, I do work on data protection issues, but equally would not call myself a data protection expert. So what I would say is that at the very least, I think for us, my background is as a human rights lawyer. And before any measure is put forward, we look at the legality and proportionality of the measure proposed. And I think here, obviously, if there's a law proposing it, you want to have clear terms for what is being proposed. But equally, you want to see safeguards, and you also want to have an assessment of a necessity and proportionality. And as I said earlier, I think part of the problem at the moment of what we're seeing is that there's not enough of an assessment before deployment of some of these measures of how necessary and proportionate they are. But I think necessity has to come first. Do we really need them? Is what we're being proposed proportionate to the aim being pursued? And in the case of the contact tracing apps, it's not entirely clear to me that these are really necessary, and if in fact the more traditional methods of doing contact tracing are not more both proportionate and effective, since for instance, one of the things they would not necessarily include is, for example, this retention of all that very sensitive data for long periods of time, and there would be, I think, less concerns around them being repurposed, like used for other purposes. And so, and then of course there are all the concerns around like having sufficient safeguards in relation to how things are done, whether it's voluntary, it's properly anonymized, if there's a sufficient framework for oversight, it is independent, and so on. But I think like retention periods are very important, and the amount of data being collected, and whether the data minimization principles and all the other data protection principles are being applied. And one of the issues that we're seeing in some places, like for example, when they roll out these proposals, they don't even carry out a data protection impact assessment, or they don't publish enough. They don't publish the source code about like the contact tracing app. So that was like a problem, for example, in Indonesia. But I think that but there's just 2 points I wanted to make really around this point that Konstantinos made earlier about like people not really caring quite as much about data protection, but I'm not sure that's quite correct, because if it were correct, how do you explain, for example, the limited take-up of these contact tracing apps? Are people really that their data will be held securely without data breaches and not being repurposed? I mean, it doesn't seem to be the case, because as I said, the evidence so far is not that many people actually using them, and for them to be effective, they need to be used by a lot of people. That was the first point. And the second one was around ownership of personal data. And here I have to disagree with Mark, because the point about privacy and data protection is that they're in inalienable rights, and that people have because of who they are as humans. And so you can't just give it away. If you have full ownership is something that you can give away. You can trade it, you can exchange it. So actually, I think it can become a lot more dangerous for the protection of personal data. I think ultimately it can be actually very problematic, because I think it's better to think of it as a property. If it becomes a property right, then think about like all the problems that arise in relation, for example, to intellectual property. And for me, it's more a way in which we can actually give up our right to privacy and personal data. So I'll just stop here.
So
Thank you.
Gabriel, first of all, I'm very, very happy to see that you've disagreed with Mark. Nothing against Mark. I just love it when panelists disagree. It becomes so much more fun. I just wanted, I largely agree with almost everything you said. I just wanted to drill down on one tiny word you said. So you said that, it's great to collect data when it's necessary. And yes, I largely agree with this, but I'm guessing that there will be people who will be asking, how do you define necessary, right? So for example, if like the Apple Watch is a great example. Like with the Apple Watch, Apple's marketing scheme is essentially, yay, we can collect everybody's health data and through this do huge studies. Okay. And I think that one of the arguments behind contact tracing or collecting huge amounts of data is that the more data you have, the more patterns you can find, the more bad health outcomes you can prevent. And I was just wondering, how would you respond to somebody who's essentially saying that collecting as much health data as possible is not just necessary, but reasonable and very, very good for society because it essentially allows us to find patterns that we wouldn't be able to find otherwise? How would you respond to someone who would be critiquing this argument in such a way?
I mean, as I
Who are
said,
you
I think
asking?
like ultimately, sorry,
Sorry.
I mean, if Mark wants to go ahead, I
No,
don't
no,
want
no,
to be
no,
the
no.
only one talking. I mean, as I said, I think like ultimately, the issue I see with this is how, it actually achieves its stated purpose. And as I said, I'm just not persuaded that it does that. And even in those quantities, like for me, it's still interfering too much because, you have to be able to justify it also by reference to the fact that that particular data is very sensitive. So, so I just, I mean, obviously there's the issue of consent, which is a fault issue under data protection law. Like, is there like any such thing as real consent? But as I said, I just think that, it has to be, for me, it has to meet this test, particularly given like how sensitive that data is. And as I said, it's not clear to me that it actually achieves that particular purpose and that there are not alternative methods that would be able to achieve that particular purpose without me having to give up that sensitive data. So.
Okay,
I would
makes
like
perfect
to
sense. Mark?
react. Yes, I would like to react to
Yes, please.
the disagreeing. And
Yes.
to me, this would have been a good position about 10 years ago. Today, our socioeconomic fabric is such, and I look especially to the younger people, that it has become the internet and all these hooks that gather our information have become so an integral part of our daily lives that we can no longer live without it. Our economic structures, our digital society is increasingly based upon it. So, taking that into account, what other tool do we have as data subjects to protect our own position? Because as we have seen in the past decade, there has been a huge discrepancy between, on the one hand, there has been created a huge inequality among in our societies, and I cannot speak for more than let's say Europe and North America. That measures have to be taken. Changes have to come. Otherwise, I think we end up in a society that is decided where our lives are cocoons with predetermined behavioral patterns that we have to abide to. And that to me is an important question to answer, and I'm looking for an answer. And I think ownership of data, which is technically manageable, I think that is a possible answer.
a really interesting conversation. I'd love to have it in more depth. Unfortunately, we have about, so I'm just checking my watch, and we have like 9 or so more minutes to discuss. So I just wanted to like talk to both Anna and Arasu for a moment. And I would love to get your opinions because you are both talking about expanding state surveillance infrastructures. And I just wanted to ask sort of, what do you think is the public's response to state surveillance? As in, do you think that people will respond more in like a nihilistic, oh no, government knows about me, I don't care way? Do you think that people are worried? Do you think that people are not worried enough? Because I mean, I've been doing a lot of trainings and a lot of discussions about this, and like the responses I witness are everything from, oh damn, I'm being tracked, I need to protect myself against it, to the types of people who, will start phone calls with, hi, oh, and hi to the general who's listening to this and who adopt, this very nihilistic approach towards being tracked. So I'd just love to hear like what has been your experience, and yeah, what have you observed so far?
You want to go first?
Do you want to go first, Anna?
Okay, I can go.
I'm happy to go first.
Same question. No, just okay. That's a wonderful question. I've just recently finished a big research, and I'm now in the process of the second phase now with the COVID implications on people's perception of surveillance in Kazakhstan. So as you mentioned, the variety of opinion is really great. So some people say, okay, I mean, I have nothing to hide. Well, why it should be a problem for me? Then my government is trying to surveil me. But at the same time, there were other opinions who expressed themselves in a way like, okay, what if my account is hacked? By who? What if my data or my personal, for instance, banking information leaked, or I lose money or something like that? So again, it depends on the ability, I would say, to use technologies. But at the same time, it also depends on the relationship between the civil society and the government and the level of communication between the two sides, I would say. But there were some really funny kind of responses which say, okay, we are fighting extremism and terrorism. That is kind of, sort of a bullshit, I would say, because everyone is fighting extremism and terrorism, but using this fight for kind of getting more functions for certain government agencies to surveil more on people and to kind of violate international legal obligations. It is completely another story, I would say. But at the same time, when it comes to now current situation with the COVID, what I see kind of as a negative trend, I would say, is that the government was very quick to adopt a huge package on digitalization. And lots of amendments have been made for over several not even dozens, it's like 30 or 40 legislation documents with regards to artificial intelligence, with regards to facial recognition system, with regards to video CCTV, and etc., etc., etc. So when it comes to the national plan to kind of foster economic growth, but at the same time turn to the digital paths, it makes sense. But on the other hand, we see that the adoption of this full huge package of legislation, which is still weak and which does not protect personal data and medical data, which is another nonsense. So it's kind of using an opportunity for kind of distancing even more from civil society and from ordinary people who do not still trust the government. So that's briefly from my side.
Thank you so much. And Arasu?
Yeah, sure. So I think we need to kind of break down what you asked, because people, when you say people, I mean, obviously you have a very aware segment of Azerbaijani population that is absolutely aware of the fact that the government is watching, that the big brother is watching. And then you also have a segment of the population that doesn't, because they either don't have access to technology, or they're not technologically advanced, or this is simply not a concern. I would probably put the category of people who are aware. They're the members of the civil society who have been doing the work for years, and who have been tracking these kind of developments in the country. So that's one side of your argument. Within that group of people who are aware, there is a different level of response. I think we've also seen how Azerbaijan developed over the years in terms of how technology is and how it's being used. So we've certainly have seen the main stage saying, well, yes, obviously they can put a secret camera into my apartment and film my personal life, and then put it on YouTube and primetime news and try to blackmail me, to much more sophisticated cases when a human rights defender receives an email from another human rights defender with a link to a document on political prisoners, for instance, and who is working on several of those cases to submit for the European Court of Human Rights, and clicks on it, and then all of his device is infected with the and it also sends emails to the contact, and basically explodes the infection even further, like a digital pandemic, basically. So these are the type of things that are certainly happening, and there is certainly a very diligent community of members who spot phishing emails. They do not click on any suspicious links, or they make sure that they double check everything, or they triple check everything, when they have like multiple authentication methods for accessing their accounts. Is that enough? Of course not. Does that prevent their accounts from getting hacked? No. I mean, yes, surely there will be a way of getting into their accounts if the government wants. But there's certainly this kind of awareness. But again, like overall, and on the bigger picture, like if you ask me to give you a very small percentage of Azerbaijani population that is aware of the state of surveillance is actually taking very deliberate measures to prevent anything from happening to them. Not because they don't care, not because they care too much, but also it's because of a matter of their sources, a matter of their work, and many other elements that go into this.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I mean, once again, we could probably talk about digital security trainings and digital security pedagogy for a very, very long time. And once again, I'm very, very disappointed we don't have the time for that, because it does seem that we've kind of approached the end of the panel. So I'm sorry that it's been so short. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so, so much. And does anyone have any sort of closing remarks that you'd like to finish on pretty quickly? Tweetable closing remarks. No, perfect. Well, listen, thank you so, so much once again for joining us. No, I know it cannot all be summarized in a tweet. I wish all of life could be summarized in a tweet. It would really, really help me up my Twitter game. There's a reason I have so few followers.
There you go.
Okay,
that's your tweet.
Thank you once
That's your wrap-up tweet.
Perfect. Gabrielle, Anna, Arzu, and Mark, thank you so, so much for joining us for all the insights. I've learned a huge amount. The audience has as well. Thank you so much to the organizers. And once again, thank you for the audience. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your enthusiasm. It's always wonderful, wonderful to be working with you. So thank you. And I hope that we will continue some of the disagreements on Twitter, because it's like way too much, way too much fun to confine to the panel alone.
Well, hi, we are back, and thank you all for still being here with us. And immediately after a very interesting panel. Just to remind you that actually this forum takes place virtually. Otherwise, we would have been, if we can see the image number 1, in that place now, close to each other if it wasn't actually COVID-19. Can we please see image 1? This is Thessaloniki for those of you that you don't know. Originally we have planned to be here and by this time we would have been ready to go to image number 2. And by immediately after we would have been ready to go to image number 3. Thessaloniki is really famous for its nightlife, for young people, and especially for the food, which is a mixture actually of East and West. So we hope that we will be in the position to do it next year or some other time. But till then, we will meet together with Franak and General Consul Greg Flegger, who will do the wrap-up. Consul, thank you very much for being here with us. Just before I pass the floor to you, I would like actually to introduce you. General Flegger is the General Consul in Thessaloniki. He has been, Greg has been a great friend and a great supporter of DCNC Hub. Together with Bill Murad, Ioanna Kutsunano, and Cynthia Havand, the ambassador itself supported a lot this effort that we are doing. And I would like, just before his departure to DC, I would like to extend a warm welcome and also a warm thank you for all your support. Because this is actually, this forum conceptualizes this support that we had. And it is actually the beginning of even more efforts. Greg, do you just want to say a few words and especially talk about Thessaloniki in order to give the participants a sense of what they missed actually?
Oh man, yes, the participants have missed a lot. I'm sitting here in Thessaloniki. It's a beautiful day outside, and the photos that Nico showed you don't do justice to the beauty, and certainly don't give you any sense of the wonders of Thessaloniki's culinary delights. Nico, Frank, let me say thank you from the get-go. This has been fantastic, a long day, very productive day. To Vladimir Spencer as well and World Learning behind the scenes, thank you deeply on behalf of the U.S. government, on behalf of the consulate, the embassy in Washington, of course, for everything that you've done here. Trying to be brief, jump in at any time, both of you, Nico and Frank, but trying to be brief, going back to the very beginning of the day, the ambassador mentioned that COVID has been a real disruptor, obviously, but it's caused us to re-examine a lot of things. And I liked what Edward Lucas said about understanding the problem in order to fix it. And as we watched the rest of the day, understanding the problem as a democratic community, understanding the challenges and opportunities, as I think Alexei said from Russia at one point, challenges and opportunities and tools on how to deliberately engage on all of these challenges and take advantage knowledgeably of the opportunities that are presented. So this sort of discussion, these sort of gatherings of knowledgeable academics, NGO partners, and hopefully the government adds a little bit of value here, actually provides us as policymakers the input that we really need in order to do so in a coherent and cogent fashion. I was particularly struck by some of the discussions on access, on anonymity, targeting, the use of TikTok, for example, that Lukasz brought up. But the one policy suggestion that really took root with me and that I will take back with me, Nico, was from Bob Pearson about using the idea of how criminals use the dark web, use sort of these tools as a way to really conceptualize how misinformation or disinformation is used as well. That really solidified for me a very concrete way to approach a very amorphous problem often when we talk about misinformation or disinformation. So I, again, thank you tremendously for setting this up. It is a wonderful opportunity for us as government representatives to see a grassroots effort such as yours, Nikos, come to fruition, and to provide such useful tools for the future for us, and hopefully for the wider community as well, as we discuss these issues, like I said, within a democratic community, looking forward to a deliberative process to advance our common goals.
Yes, thank you for your kind words. And just before I pass the floor to Franak and actually initiate the discussion about the theme, can we just see some statistics, because it's related with why we have chosen this topic? Can we just please say the statistics? So, as you can see, COVID-19 could push 500 million people into poverty. In East Asia and Pacific, 239 million, in South Asia 128, in Latin America, Caribbean 55 almost million, in Middle East and North Africa 45, in Europe 30 million, etc. So just imagine that COVID-19 would push actually 500 million people into poverty. It totally changed how we work, how we understand issues. And that was the reason behind why we have chosen this topic. A very important topic that actually requires to change or to leave behind the understandings that we used to have. This is on that basis, upon that element, we have chosen to discuss these important issues about, especially the first table, about the activists, the opposition groups, etc., etc. Secondly, about disinformation, the new techniques that we see, and thirdly, about privacy and data issues, about 5G. 5G by itself, it will generate $12.5 trillion market, as McKinsey report mentioned. So this gives us an idea of the importance of the issues raised on the tables and from keynote speakers that we had on a very specific topic. Does this mean that this is, let's say, the end of it? No, we consider that this is probably the beginning of a new era that requires from us a different understanding. We shouldn't apply the same tools. We have seen the TikTok, let's even discuss that, but we have seen many efforts in order to counteract the TikTok as an application that actually undermines the users and exposes their data. Secondly, regarding how does this change or what kind of opportunities that it provides to movements around the world? What about, are we about to see a kind of digital, let's say, different field where actually we will see WhatsApp communities or whatever? We're not so sure. Activists from around the world try to respond to that challenge and element. What about disinformation? Cynthia Harvey and all the others that participate in the panel actually mentioned and brought in the discussion about the issues that we have to tackle. We used to speak about fake news, but now we might have to confront deep fake news. But mainly we have to confront of what actually the ambassador has said in the beginning, and Bob Pearson, I think, as well, about the level of trust. It's about building trust, rebuilding trust in our institutions, in our democracy, on what we're doing. It's not a technical issue. And this is how the DCN community tries to address it. As Greg mentioned, we try to address it as a grassroots community, as people that tries to find solutions by bringing their experiences. And this is the value of this network, that it's a wide world network that mobilizes people from Africa to Philippines, to Russia, to Belarus, to Greece, to Serbia, to Montenegro, to Romania, etc. We have seen this example, and we have seen the necessity to move forward this discussion, because what we need is tools like the ones that have been suggested with the 5G tools, in order to confront the issue of protection of data, which is another important element that we have to work upon, and issues about how we can foster society in order to claim its right, either against oppressive regimes or against regimes that try to exploit through disinformation in order to make an impact, in order actually to gain where they're losing ground. Franak?
Thank you, Nikos. Yeah, let me thank to U.S. Embassy in Athens and the Consulate in Thessaloniki, and everyone who attended today. So to follow on Nikos' idea, and in general on thoughts and the ideas we heard from different speakers, I must say that building bridges, that must be the task for everyone. That's not the task only for DCN or for US Embassy or for people working in communications or media outlets. That's the thing that must be perceived as the basis for any campaign, any project in the media space. We need to build cross-sector partnerships, and we need to get more and more people on our side. Following up on the discussion on TikTok, I understand and I really appreciated Maxim's point that if we speak on behalf of media, then we have to embrace all possible tools. But if we are considering these tools as the governments or as the targets, potential targets of the tools themselves, then we have to be cautious. Russian, Chinese, extremist propaganda is sophisticated as never before. And our cautiousness, our professionalism, and our consistency is the only way to be the winner in this competition, but not the victim and not the target. On democracy panel, the major idea I got for myself is that everything and everywhere is similar. Due to technology development, thanks to internet connection availability worldwide, activist movements became pretty similar. We can copy each other, we can borrow ideas from each other, but in order to do that, we have again to build bridges, to coordinate, and to communicate. Freedom fighters around the world now have perfect moment to establish coalitions of activists, journalists, influencers, in order to bring changes. Democratic activists right now, on one hand, are the most empowered as never before, but on the other hand, are the most vulnerable and susceptible to potential attacks, surveillance, and manipulations and provocations from governments. Again, all the panels were super interesting. On our side, on DCN and DCNC Hub, I can just say that we will continue working and exploring new fields. Very soon we are going to launch the platform, DCN platform, which will include a DCN data project, DCN research project, DCN experts database, where we will include all the speakers from this conference and all the conferences we have organized in recent years. It will include the database of DCN members, all those digital geeks who are ready to bring better future and who want to coordinate and to do things together with other nations. I think this platform we are going to launch will be the perfect place to scale existing projects. I heard today from speakers success stories, many success stories, and I think many of them, perhaps not all, they can be borrowed, they can be scaled to other regions and countries. We need to go global. You know, the problem of disinformation, the problem of democracy decline, the problem of surveillance is not an issue of the Eastern Europe, Africa, or Latin America anymore. It's the global issue. And since the issues are global, the solutions are also global. And this is where we can go. And this conference is the good starting point. Nikos?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Franak. Greg, do you want to add
Greg
something? I
wanted-
think that, yes.
Yeah,
Greg?
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind connecting actually two things, or one that each of you said. You know, Nikos, you reminded us of the conversation about trust, and Ferenc, you talked about building bridges. The concept that constantly comes to my mind is the need to reaffirm a belief in expertise. What I like about this particular organization and the efforts that you undertake is that all of these experts, all of these knowledgeable people that you brought together to discuss all of these difficult issues, you're building those bridges here, and you're building up that belief again in expertise that helps in knowledge and expertise that helps develop a coherent path forward to address all of the difficult problems that are on the table. But I would also make one clarification to one thing that you said, Nikos, from my point of view. You said you talked about the tremendous changes and leaving behind old ways of thinking. Absolutely, but I was struck by a comment that I think Gabrielle made in the last panel about the fundamental human rights, basically, and having our tools and our pathway forward rooted in these fundamental rights is an important message, I think, to keep in mind as we debate these issues.
Yes, yes, you're absolutely right about bringing this point. I agree that when I say that we have to leave the way that we used to approach things, doesn't mean that we shouldn't actually leave the basic values that constitute our democracies. And among the basic values is the trust in what an enlightenment brought in Western, let's say, world. Enlightenment, just to remind the people that are listening, constitutes the basic of our democratic institutions, of our democratic societies. It is the freedom of speech. It is actually human rights. It is about legal rights. It's about freedom of choice. All these elements that we have to reconsider and actually mobilize people in order to understand the importance of these values. Making people believe in expertise, it means rebuilding trust in logic, which is the main fundamental way in order to fight the pandemic of fake news. This is what they have seen in order to exploit actually. Yes, this is, as you mentioned, we discussed about it and totally agree. It's expertise, it's about the foundation of our society, to believe in institutions that they know, doctors know. For COVID-19, it's not a hoax. Some elements might try to present it as a hoax. Or even because there's a lot of discussion around the US or Great Britain or whatever, I would like also to bring the point of what takes place in France. We continuously see Russia today promoting a specific image that French people are continuously going against Macron, which is not true. Taking the slightest thing and actually making it into a bigger thing, making it into an issue, which is not the case. I mean, that was the same thing with all the fake news regarding the help that Russia and China provided to Italy or Greece or wherever. That when the European Union was the one that provided the biggest help, along with the United States, etc. So we need actually to reconsider our societies in order to understand these basic values that we seem to consider them too much as given. No, it's not given, and we have actually to fight for them. And we have to fight for them by rebuilding trust. This is for me the main point of today's panel. The second element that I would like to emphasize it is the thing that so we have to fight social exclusion. We have to give voice to voiceless. We have to work on that issue. And digital communication is a way to overcome these divides. It's a way, actually, digital communication to address these social inequalities. And we have seen many elements. Chris Fragonikopoulos mentioned it, Tefera from Ethiopia or from Egypt or from Zimbabwe, etc. So we have to work on these issues in order to provide these elements. And what is the best way? 5G promotes, and these technological developments provides this platform in order to continue to this pathway of development.
Let me jump in here, Nico. So that's very important. I just think that we need to reconsider how we perceive different actors, because we always perceive the society as the group of people in the specific country or the region. We perceive it as the subject or as the target. We should influence, impact, somehow change their opinion. But I think we always should consider them as the partner, ally, collaborator. Because the society, the self-organization, the power of self-organization of society, much, much bigger than all the powers all international organizations, public diplomacy missions have. And if we will be able to build this friendly and partner relationship with the societies, and it doesn't matter, it is a big country like Russia or smaller Armenia, medium-sized Belarus or far away Australia, it doesn't matter what is the size. The important is that these societies, they can be our partners, but we should be very open about our goals, about our principles, about our values, and we should not be pragmatic. We should always, remind, the importance of these romantic values we are standing for, because this is what very often the Western countries forget. Democratic values, the importance of freedoms, important respect to human rights, respect to democracy, liberal democracy particularly. This is something that we, the West, is built on. And these values, they're much, much better unifiers than just like short-term tasks.
Yes, Greg?
I couldn't have put it better in terms of in what unifies us, Franek. That's very well put. Honestly, from my point of view, I just hope that these conversations continue and continue in the same vein and in the same atmosphere that today exhibited. So thank you both very much.
I also just want to make a short comment on what Franak have said. This is actually a distinctive thing, that it's a kind of philosophy from for DCN, that we don't see society as an object, but we see actually as part of our efforts, as DCN being part of the society. It's not from a top-down approach. It's rather only down approach. We only work on that level with the society, and this is, I think, where we should stay. Otherwise, if we go away, then we just open the space for other actors that they know how to play in these kind of games. Just before we finalize today's forum, I think that I would like to thank everyone that contributed and I would like to thank personally. It is Vladimir Spencer, it is Aaron, it is Anna, it is Lucas, it is Anthi, it is Erasmia, it is it is Yanis, it is Diana, it is everyone that actually, it is Mariana, everyone that actually constitutes DCN, and actually were the ones that worked really hard in order to be able to achieve today's forum. What we want to say it is that interesting discussions have been generated. We will continue this pathway, but we will be more focused on, based on your evaluations on what we have seen that it is needed. We will continue with more and other plans that will be specific and address, as this one, society needs. But of course, we will have to remember that DCN will continue to generate discussions that are important for the day after. This is what we work and this is what we aim for. Greg Franak, just before we close. Greg, do you want to
Excellent.
start first and then Franak?
Sure. Excellent. I mean, from our perspective, again, conversations like these feed into how we approach our jobs in the public sector, right? The respect for expertise that I mentioned is a respect for you, Frank, but for all of the panelists that you had. Even the difficult conversations, and there were some during the day, are useful for us because we need to hear all of these perspectives and we need to weigh all of these inputs into our policy formulation. So hearing, as you mentioned, the grassroots discussions come up, encouraging those to continue. We're going to do whatever we can to support that. We thank you and thank all of the panelists for their openness and their willingness to participate in these events. And we look forward to continuing to support in any way we can and participate in any way we can as well.
Franak?
Switching on sound. No, I'm just no, I just just join the words and let me thanks for all the discussions and thoughts we heard today.
Okay, so a big thank you to all of you that you stayed till the time. Hopefully we will be able to host you in this beautiful imagined place, which is Greece, but all over Southeastern Europe. Every country has its own beautiful sceneries and something to gain from. Hopefully we will be able to have a similar event and meet, because this is important. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your support. And for those of you that you have never been, that you haven't been for holidays yet, I would just like to wish you enjoy your summer holidays. Thank you very much.